All right. It says we are live. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land. Welcome to the late edition of This Week Unloaded. Usually we would have been on yesterday, but I got asked by somebody if they could bump me from my spot so they can do a makeup for theirs. So I told them sure, and I would do my show tonight. So that's why we're doing it a day late. First person in tonight was New York Outcast. How are you tonight?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Yep, no problem. Next was Kingpin. How are you tonight?
Yo,
And after him was Mystic Guns. How are you tonight, ma'am?
Apparently more talkative than Kingpin with yo. I'm good. How are you?
Not too bad.
I'm very
I'm good too, Rich. Thanks for asking.
If I'm not going to say anything controversial, I'm very limited to the words that I can use.
I guess we're going to be joined by the Gun Snob as a hanger on Mystic's.
Just ignore him.
Night. How are you tonight, Snob?
I'm wonderful. Thanks for the invite, sir.
Yeah, you do got your own invite. Just
I know, but that means I have to go out to my office, and I'm not in the mood.
Oh, poor baby.
And you got a full panel now, so you're just getting a free extra spot.
yeah, that's true. So, okay, here's what we need to have happen. Kingpin, you need to go over to Ohio and jump on and piggyback off of Jason's.
How about I just send Snob there to Kingpin since Kingpin loves him so much, and I can just be on my own like usual.
Well, I would still just send somebody over to Jason so they could have an extra free slot.
Okay, I'll go to Jason.
No. We can do that. You can send Snob over to Jason, and I'll go over to Jason. Me, Snob, and Jason together will be a good time.
Now I'm sending Snob to you. I'll go to Jason.
We'll do the town up right, man. Red paint and everything.
Jason, you're supposed to agree with me.
Oh, well, gotta stick with your bros, too.
Oh my God.
Poor hose.
I wasn't going to say that, but
Really?
thanks, Snob.
Really? Oh my God.
It's in the official rules, man. I'm not going to risk my man card.
Okay. Can we get through the rest of the introductions real quick here?
No.
No.
All right. Next was G23. How are you tonight?
Good. Thanks for the invite.
Yep. At least you said more in your initial introduction what Kingpin did.
Yo.
All right. And then last but not least was Jason Stewart. How are you tonight?
Oh, I'm spoiled rotten as usual, Rich. Not quite 1%, but, I live a good life.
I'll take some of what Jason's having.
You have to forgive me, guys. My wife just brought me dinner, and she made dinner late. But what else is new?
What you having, Rich? We'd all like to know.
Porterhouse steak and mashed potatoes.
Oh, geez. Yeah, 1%.
The name says it all.
I'll be a little bit late getting to your house. I got to swing by Rich's first, Jason.
I'm over here eating
Kingpin knows where I
sandwiches.
live. Kingpin actually could show up.
Okay, I'm feeling really left out here. Rude.
If you would just appreciate Snob more, you'd never feel left out.
I guess I'm always gonna get left out then because
Just kick him to the curb. I agree with you. Kick him to the damn curb. He's like worthless.
that sounds like a good plan.
You missed your opportunity when you guys were up in the mountains. Could have been a slip all the way down, taking a photo.
For some reason, he wouldn't get close enough to the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
I
Smart
think
man.
he had a clue.
When did all these YouTube emojis become a thing? That's cool.
Really, you're gonna sit there and do emojis?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. 2-year-old.
Sweet budget. I better get mine before you get yours. Did you get the red dot one or just the regular one?
Is it really sweet though? I mean, it is a sky.
And yes, M. Gabriel, I think it is hand sanitizer. Oh yeah, I better get mine before Budget gets his, and I don't get any views on mine.
Has anything exciting happened since your last show, Rich?
Have you been paying attention to the news?
I'm talking with you. I didn't know you were on the news.
Yeah.
Oh, with me, no.
Did you get a new gun? Go skydiving? Anything like that?
No. Never, haven't got a new gun. I'm not jumping out of a perfectly good airplane unless the airplane's about to crash. And so, no.
Any beatings from the wife?
No. I'm not you, man.
How about anybody else? Anything exciting come up?
Yeah, I went skydiving today.
No.
Do you remember your? Did you remember your parachute?
Yeah, but my sunglasses fell off as soon as I jumped out, man. So I just had to close my eyes till I hit the ground.
You ran up on Kingpin. He went skydiving and forgot his parachute.
No, that was he had a friend that jumped out. That went skydiving without a parachute.
Did Mystic ever get the opportunity to drive her new car yet?
Rarely. He drove it pretty much 90% of the,
Oh,
of the whole
really?
location.
Really?
Yes. About
You
90.
stole his gun. He stole your car. Now you're even.
No.
And do you think I would have let her drive over some of those passes in a $1 million highway? No,
I drove over Monarch Pass.
you wasn't driving over that $1 million highway.
I would have done better. Although I am ready to go back. Actually, I'm
So
ready.
because it's a new car, has anybody done anything stupid yet? Like pushed a shopping cart into it, got too close to a pole? Anything crazy yet?
Mary's
Okay.
not.
So your kids haven't thought that a sheep was a goat and had it pee in your car like they did theirs?
Nope.
Cool.
Although, actually, one stupid thing our son did. We're gonna go up Pikes Peak, and we told him the air was gonna be thin up there. So he's like, "Well, don't we need what was it? Don't we need air or something?"
I don't know.
And we're trying to figure out what he was talking about. And he thought we needed oxygen tanks to go up the top of the mountain.
Well, it's not necessarily a dumb idea.
I mean, I wouldn't mind having one.
Some
out there.
mountains you do, so, depending how long you're going to be there as well. So, but yeah, I don't know how tall Pikes Peak really is, but obviously, some cases you do obviously need oxygen.
A little over 14,000 feet.
It's tall enough that you
Oh.
were doing much. You'd want some.
Well, we got
Better
out.
safe than sorry.
We got out right before the top and was walking around there and trying to go out towards the edge right there. It was like quite a bit of a walk. And it didn't take long for start feeling dizzy and lightheaded and kind of out of breath and stuff because the air is so thin. So it didn't take long.
Snob try to punch it on the way down, pull the e-brake, slide the corners.
Thought about it. My GoPro fell off the car.
Yeah. He tried to suction cup it to the top of the car. You know, we opened the sunroof, and it wasn't sticking. He's got it to stick to the jet ski on the water and stuff.
It'll ride on the jet ski no matter how hard I ride the jet ski. It'll stay stuck.
So
I guess it was something to do with the pressure.
the pressure and elevation. So he thought it was up there, and next thing we know, it's rolling down the windshield. And luckily, it caught right there by the windshield wipers. And
I slammed on the brakes, and everybody behind me had to slam on their brakes because I wasn't running over my $5 GoPro.
yeah, of course, it was on the way down too, not on the way up.
Almost
Better
caused
hurry
a
up.
crash for his GoPro.
He was about to cry if it fell and got ran over or whatever. So I had to hurry up, grab it. But it wouldn't stick for nothing. It wouldn't even stick on inside the car on the dash.
I think it was the pressure. I don't think the suction cup worked in that kind of pressure.
But it's funny. We would go to like a store or anything we had. Like we had some snacks in the car. We had a picnic on the way up. And like even just chip bags or whatever. It's like so inflated that you can literally just lay it down and just pop it. It had so much pressure on the inside of the bag from the elevation. Pretty funny.
So when you were up there and he farted, did it dissipate any quicker?
No, not at all.
This awkward silence brought to you by Rich's Steak Dinner.
But the average temp, like top of Pikes Peak, was 47 degrees. And then we went over there western and Monarch Pass, and it pretty much stayed the whole time between 47 and at the most 65.
Yeah.
And we start home and it slowly goes up, and before you know it's like 97.
Now, did
So
you
you got
go
a
up?
video? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just wondered, did you go up Pikes Peak, like the same road that they race on and everything?
Yeah.
Wow, there's some scenery there, isn't there?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
I got a video the whole way down. I'll eventually edit it and put it on the Snob Family Unloaded channel or something. But it's pretty long.
They're
Yeah.
doing that race next month.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I mean, I know at the top they can't get any horsepower or speed, but for half of it, the speed they're taking those curves are, man, that's a long way down if you go off.
They clearly don't have a wife in the car griping at them.
I did not gripe at you the whole way up there.
They do it on quads and dirt bikes as well. Looks like a real good time.
Pikes Peak is nothing compared to the $1 Million Highway. Whenever you get done with Rich's show, go look up the $1 Million Highway on YouTube. There's some pretty interesting videos on it. I wish I'd have got GoPro video of it.
Yeah, that highway was a little more sketchier. I mean, it's no shoulder and it's literally straight down. Like, I don't know how many. It was tall, and it's just, if you go off that, there ain't no going back. Cause
And there ain't no guardrails because then they can't plow the snow if there was guardrails.
but we were all looking like, hey, look at that, look at that. We're like, don't look. But there's an old mining place up there.
Bad place to bust a tire out or ball joint.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. It's a narrow road. I mean, it's
It was
just
supposed to be America's most dangerous highway.
John why it's called the $1 Million Road.
Well, there's different reasons. One reason supposedly is they said the locals said they wouldn't drive it for $1 million in the winter. The other one was it cost $1 million a mile.
Yeah, my wife just said there's a buttload of steak out there still, Kingpin, if you want to take a 2-hour drive.
On my way, Rich.
Nobody likes a
Longer than
teaser.
2 hours for you.
Well, yeah, but I drive pretty fast.
I know your youngest will be able to eat it. What are the courthouses?
I don't think Kingpin's even paying attention. He didn't say anything.
No.
He's on his way getting in the car.
He's already driving. He's been that way for like the last 10 minutes.
You talking to me?
Yeah, you.
What'd you
No,
say?
you're not Kingpin.
See, he told you you weren't paying attention. I just said my wife said there's a buttload of steak left if you want to take a 2-hour drive.
G23 had it right. I'm about an hour and a half away now.
Well,
Well.
yeah. I had a decent day.
What'd you
Went
do?
well. I went to work.
Did you fall off a roof?
No. Just let's see. Install the vanity mirror, put a threshold in for a walk-in shower, put the floor pan down, mess with some of the plumbing, threw the Durarock up, fit everything in for the actual shower fixtures. Obviously made sure I had bracing in for grab bars. And now I'm basically at the point where I got to go rent the equipment to stamp concrete for the floor. So, well, stamp and dye it and texture. So, but yeah, basically it was a nice, I think 6-hour workday. If you count going to the store after. So,
Buck wants to
Nice.
know if you bought a Glock.
no. I did use some caulk today, but I don't mess with Glocks.
It must be nice to be a part timer.
Was it white caulk?
$20 is $20.
Wow, Jason. Wow.
White caulk will fix anything.
Yep, silicone and fast dry.
I'm keeping my comments to myself before Kingpin tells me this is a family show.
I said caulk, like in silicone caulk.
Oh.
Alex Plus.
I know what it is.
She's had it all over her hands before.
Oh, gosh. Welcome to the gutter.
No, I was being serious. She used to work with me for like 3 years.
That when I went to work at Gorman, one of my coworkers, I worked with him in Claremore, and he's like, I'm like kind of a perfectionist when it comes to like using caulk. I'm really good with that stuff, but I hate it.
Well, in my opinion, the whole idea of caulk is for it to not look like it's there. Yeah, maybe Snob needs to do a little tighter job there. You don't need so much caulk.
Yeah, can't get messy with the caulk.
Are you done with your plate?
Well, see, I have nails.
There's some type of phrase, I can't remember, but caulk and something makes you the carpenter you're not. I can't remember how it goes, but something like that.
Well, see, I have pretty nails, so I have to put on gloves.
No, it's usually not my work that I have to use caulking on. It's usually these factories' work. I work on mobile homes, so they're built on caulking.
Yeah, that's what I'm working in now is a modular. Oh, they're horrible.
Yeah.
They got sink basins for the shower drains. The plumbing's all a little off. The electrical's always funny. Even the water lines, everything's different sizes. The doors aren't standard. The skirting's not standard.
I'd rather use
Oh,
caulking
man.
now rather than silicone. I hate silicone.
Yeah, silicone's a pain. You got to be good so you can just run a nice line and leave.
I just try to run a bead of
Start
silicone.
playing with it, it's a mess.
The second you have to touch silicone, it's nasty. You can put WD-40 on your fingers. David, I sent you a picture.
Alrighty. Now that I'm done with dinner, we can start moving on to our actual topic.
Oh, we have a topic?
Yeah, I actually have a topic.
Hey, we thought you were trying to eat. We were trying to keep the show going while you
I
ate.
know. Hey, That's why I said, now that I'm done with my dinner, we can start moving on to the actual topic.
And cock is a serious topic. A
Yeah.
lot of people have no
I mean,
clue
do you use
about
the
cock
20
in a
year or the
tub.
25 year?
Something.
It's not that serious as long as you don't eat it. If you eat it, then you could have a serious problem.
Stop it, Jair.
This is a family show.
That's why I'm keeping my comments to myself.
It's the home improvement show.
DIY.
Oh, you talk about colors of wood.
You'll definitely turn snob on. You bring up wood.
Different hardnesses, the grain,
He loves a
dark,
good
light.
wood.
Good old ironwood.
Okay. Yeah, seriously. Let me
See what happens when you leave us alone, Rich.
Oh no, I was sitting here the whole time.
He's wishing he'd have left.
That might be possible.
So what's the topic, Rich?
I'm getting to it in a minute here.
We're gonna go back to cock if you don't hurry up.
Oh hush.
Right.
Can you guys see what I'm sharing? Or I don't remember how StreamYard works with this crap.
It's too far away for me to make it out, though.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a journal article that was put out back in 2005 when the SARS epidemic was breaking out. And it was put out by
who?
the National Institute of Health, one of their subgroups. You know, the same people that Fauci's in charge of basically put this out. And it's about the effects of wearing an N95 or a surgical mask on your heart rate, thermal stress, and subjective sensations. In other words, and it can how it affects your breathing and stuff too when you get it back down farther into the article. And basically, they took a bunch of healthy people and had them walk on a treadmill with these masks on. They did it over a 4-day period to see how it would affect their breathing and whatnot. And that what they found is that there are effects from it. That wearing them for a long period of time, like in your workplace and stuff, if you're constantly wearing one, it could have a detrimental effect. But, skip over some of this because some of it gets really technical.
You know,
I think
the more and more
anybody's going to have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just cracking a bad joke saying I think anybody's going to have an issue after walking straight for 4 days, but that's.
They obviously were only doing it in short periods of time for over those 4. They weren't
Yeah,
walking
I'm
for
just-
4 days straight. Trying to remember. I had this all set up, and then my computer decided it wanted to reboot, so I got to find the damn spot I wanted it again. Right before I was getting ready to start this, it decides, oh, it's time to reboot. It's like, you son of a bitch.
That's why you don't run Windows.
Anyway, there's one point in here that basically comes to that masks aren't as effective against the SARS virus as what they thought they would be. Is one of the things it talks about in the article, and they only cover that for a limited amount of time. In case anybody doesn't know, SARS virus was a strain of coronavirus. It's related to what's being dealt with here. So back then they were saying masks weren't as effective against it as what they thought they were for the SARS. So it would lead one to think that they also wouldn't have been as effective against the coronavirus since it's the same strain. Well, not strain, but the same family strain or strain family, however the hell you get to what I'm trying to say. It quite possibly isn't as effective as what they're trying to say now, which most of us probably would already potentially agree with. They tested the mask by putting non-virulent inactive bacteria through them to see if they would fit through the microfiltration of the masks, and they did. So there's that. That's something that, like I said, they don't go into much depth on that, but just to say that the mask wasn't as effective as they thought, as far as I was concerned. And I already pretty much gave you what all this stuff here, but I want to get down to the conclusion. So give me a minute to scroll down, because this was a fairly lengthy article with all the pictures and everything, the graphics. Which again, you get into a bunch of technical stuff with all the graphics, and I'm not getting into all the technical aspects of it. But here's what they found.
The masks are only there to control people that are willing to be a sheep. And this is just the beginning of the introduction of socialism. That's the whole entire thing. And people aren't fucking paying attention. All of a sudden now we have a coin shortage or a money shortage. You know, it's funny how everything keeps going. When more and more information comes out, they're like, oh, well, we got to change the topic. Because we can't have people actually finding out and educating themselves.
Well, here's what they found in their results. The results from the experiment demonstrate that heart rate, microclimate, its temperature, humidity within the mask, and subjective ratings, basically how much discomfort the individuals participating in it were going through, were significantly influenced by wearing of different kinds of face masks. Then this Nielsen et al., one of the people that they used to get some of their data that they used for the reason why they were doing the experiment, observed that delivery of air with different temperatures into a face mask corresponded to the application of a local thermal stimulus to the skin surface around the mouth, nose, and cheek. This local thermal stimulus also affected the heat exchange from respiratory tract. In our investigation, microclimate temperature, humidity, and skin temperature inside the face mask increased with the start of step exercise, in other words, walking on the treadmill, which led to different perceptions of humidity, heat, and high breathing resistance among the subjects wearing the face masks. High breathing resistance made it difficult for the subject to breathe and take in significant oxygen. Shortage of oxygen stimulates the sympathetic nervous system and increases heart rate. It was probable that the subjects felt unfit, fatigued, and overall discomfort due to this reason. White et al. 1991 found that the increase in heart rate, skin temperature, and subjective ratings may pose substantial additional stress to the wearer and might reduce work tolerance. This could be the reason why Farquharson reported that working 12-hour shifts while wearing an N95 mask had indeed been a challenge to their ED staff. And they're quoting from another study that somebody did in 2003. Significant differences were observed between N95 and surgical masks. Mean heart rate, microclimate temperature, humidity, and skin temperature inside the face mask, together with perceived humidity, heat, breathing resistance in the face mask, and itchiness, fatigue, and overall discomfort, were significantly higher with the N95 masks than for surgical masks. In other words, the subjective perception of breathing difficulty and discomfort increased significantly with increased thermal stress. In case that people don't know, the N95 masks are supposed to be a higher filtration rate and they're thicker than what your standard surgical mask is. This finding agrees with the observations reported by White et al. 1991. The surface temperature outside the face mask was lower, and the temperature in the face mask microclimate was significantly higher for the N95 masks than for the surgical masks, indicating that the heat loss from the respiratory tract is more difficult to endure in N95 masks, inducing higher heat stress and perception of discomfort. This agrees well with the observations of Caleb. Anyway, as the purpose of wearing the face mask is to protect the wearers by filtering out viruses and bacteria, it is obviously questionable whether the surgical masks, which induce less heat stress and discomfort, can provide enough protection for healthcare workers. As reported previously, in vivo filtration efficiency and physical properties of the mask were investigated at the same time. Lee et al. Unpublished date. During the simulation wear trials, in vivo filtration efficiency of N95 mask was 96% compared to 95 for surgical mask. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, basically it's just going off and saying about how I said about how the standard surgical masks are thinner. Anyway, the point is that wearing the face mask, whether you're wearing the N95 or the surgical mask, can have a detrimental effect on breathing in healthy individuals who had no respiratory issues or heart issues. And yet now you have people saying that people should be wearing a face mask and that these things in no way whatsoever will inhibit a person's ability to breathe or not. When the same people just a short time ago were making the exact opposite claim, 15 years ago, they were claiming that they did have an effect. So
I just want to point out there is a difference. N95s, it's referring to masks, so therefore that would probably be one without a valve, so not a respirator per state. So right. I think obviously might be a little different if your mask has a valve. I noticed working myself, gutting a plaster apartment or house or whatever, wearing a mask like that without a respirator is no good after a while with physical work. It becomes an issue. But if you have one with the vent on it, which is actually technically a respirator, that I've worked all day without any issues. So now I assume, I don't know, because you're still breathing in through it, I don't know, but it's something to do with that vent that seems to help. So with my steak, but I just wanted to point out that, what they're referring to, I believe, is a solid mask, no vent, so it's a mask, not a respirator.
They're talking about the N95s that everybody's been trying to get their hands on, or the surgical masks that you see everybody on TV selling. Yeah,
which aren't the best for, if you got to walk in a store real quick or something, but, doing any kind of physical labor, you should have a vent. So,
yeah, that's why I thought that was like kind of pertinent to what's going on right now, because they're talking about exactly the main two types of masks that people are buying and wearing around all day. And then they wonder why they're having a hard time breathing when they get home from whatever they're doing. It's been proven in the past, contrary to what everybody who's pushing these masks wants to say now, that yes, they do infect your breathing, and through affecting your breathing, they also affect your heart rate. So not only are they bad for people with respiratory issues, but also they could be potentially damaging for people that have a heart condition.
And I'd keep an eye out for headaches. With low oxygen, you end up getting headaches a bit more. So, if you're somebody that's prone to migraines or something like that, I would try to definitely limit what time you are using.
Yeah, both of my daughters work at Walmart. One has issues wearing the mask after a time because she starts getting the headache, like what you're saying. My other daughter has asthma, and she starts having chest pains if she wears them for a long period of time. So
I would say anybody with medical conditions should probably consult your doctor. Maybe not a visit, but a call or something, because anything with lung cancer, or if you've only got one lung to begin with, you may not want to be stressing it and need to figure something else out.
Yeah, I know a couple of times that I did wear one, because the one gun shop around here, it's run by two old people, and they ask you to wear it. And I'm like, okay, in this situation, it's a small store. It's two old people asking you to wear a mask. So I'll oblige them, right? I go to Walmart, I don't give a damn. But, I'll wear one to go into that small store. And every time I do, it bugs the living hell out of my sinuses. And my nose starts running like crazy, and it's extremely unpleasant just for a little bit of time that you're in the gun shop with that on for me. So, anybody else have any experiences where wearing the mask where it caused you physical discomfort like what they're talking about in the article?
I get discomfort from those surgical ones personally. I like the 2-string around the back of my head, so I try to be as quick as possible in and out of stores in my area. I don't know what it is. I guess I got a big head or something. But those surgical ones, I keep looking for like a large or something, like a bigger loop. But I wear it for about 30 minutes, and it feels like I'm wearing a small pair of sunglasses or something. Like something's trying to pull my ears off. So don't care for that. It's not devastating, but I don't enjoy it. I can put it that way. I'd much rather. It's getting to the point where I'm about to just slap one of my respirators on if it comes down to it. I got to wear it for a long time because it's honestly more comfortable.
Yeah, that's another issue you brought up about if feeling like you have glasses. If you do wear glasses, you're wearing a mask, and it can actually fog your glasses up, and then you can't see. That's an issue I run into all the time. I have to take my glasses off and squint because I can't see with them on.
Well, I got the point. We were in Colorado, so it was state mandated. Any public, like any stores, whatever, you had to wear a mask. So anytime I had to, I was like, they don't work, so I'm not going to wear it, right? I wore it under my nose. That way it doesn't fog up my glasses, and, all they care about is the fact that you're wearing one.
Yeah,
so I just didn't wear it the correct way. I just wore it under my nose.
Well, that brings up another point. If you get one of these N95 masks, you can't just go put one on and walk out the door and think you're going to be okay. They have to be fitted to you. That's one of the jobs my wife does at the hospital. She fits the N95 masks to people. If you have a beard or something, they're not going to seal right, and it's not going to work anyway.
Yeah.
I heard that some of the homemade masks can be dangerous. Some of the materials, you could be breathing in fibers and spores and dyes and chemicals and all kinds of things. So I heard like the homemade masks could be potentially hazardous.
Whatever you're wearing, put it in a trash can when you're done, please. Don't just throw them all over the parking lot everywhere.
Yeah,
I think I've seen probably 5 masks today just blowing around in 2 parking lots. It's just, I don't understand why everybody's such a damn slob. I mean, there can be a garbage can 5 feet away, or your car is right there, and you just throw it all over the place in front of your kids. I mean, come on, people.
Yeah, use common sense. If there's a garbage can and you're taking off a disposable mask, put the goddamn thing in the can.
Well, those will be the same people that will have a cup or a wrapper that will they can have a trash can right there next to them, and they're still going to throw it on the ground. It could be 2 feet from them, and they're still going to do it.
Yeah, Buck was asking if that would qualify as a medical condition. Okay, I missed the question when it was asked, Buck. Would what be considered as qualify as a medical condition? I didn't catch which you said. I didn't catch exactly what we were specifying as being one of the discomfort things. So if you could elaborate a little bit and give me an answer on that, maybe. Are you referring to the headache or the sinus, bothering sinuses, or? I guess you could, if you get your doctor to write you a note about it or whatever, that could qualify as a medical condition. No,
all you have to do is just tell them you have a medical condition. With HIPAA, they can't ask you.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
So
having vision problems. I don't know if they would qualify your glasses getting steamed up as being a medical condition.
Well, I stole this from Noxious, but you just tell them you have metasheepitis, and that's your medical condition.
And the guy that comments says bandana are good. A bandana isn't going to stop a microbe. So, I mean.
Well, I wore my Benelli gator neck thing, whatever you call them things, and you could literally blow out a birthday candle through it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not nothing. It's like so thin.
Yeah.
But you can breathe.
Depending on the state and the facility, I would state you might want to be careful about lying about a medical condition. Just because the people might be strange, call the police, and then they try to pull something, and who knows? So I'm not saying it should be or could be in some places, but who knows the way things are. I would just, I wouldn't try it in like the post office or something, because obviously if you spit on the floor there, that's a federal crime. So for some stupid reason, things go sideways.
Yeah, and Buck pointed
Is
out
it worth it?
We've got a comment to ask about that, whether that would be a medical condition or not. So even with my glasses on, I can't read so well. Apparently, so yeah.
I seen where I think it was Ben Shapiro shared it. Somebody did. I think it was him. That Walmart, Lowe's, and several other major retailers that put in the mask policy are no longer going to actually enforce it because they had too many confrontations. They said they're just going to recommend it, basically. They're still saying they have it, but they're not going to say anything to you if you walk in without one.
No, they haven't. The Walmart here never has said anything to anybody for not wearing one, except for employees. The employees are the only ones that they've been forcing to wear them.
Yeah,
it's pretty much. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jason.
Okay, well, the stores here, because I've worn them and I have not worn them, and the stores here, even though our governor said you had to do it and they're going to fine you $500, the stores here even say they have no power to enforce this. So,
well, whenever Tulsa put in their mask mandate, the Tulsa Police Department came out and said, we ain't enforcing this. There's nothing to enforce here.
Yeah, a law has to be voted on and signed in. They just can't make up a law. So, I'm not in violation of a law. I'm a violation of a governor's order.
Yeah, it's
in
like
my area. Oh, go ahead. I was just saying, my area, you have to wear a mask to go in the stores. I think it's the law. Besides all the stores, at first all the stores just did it, and then I think it became law here, or whatever they were trying to do. So basically, if you don't have one, it's their discretion whether to turn you away, even with a medical condition. So, not stating they do or don't, but that's how it was put. So, it makes it. It's a little different, or it's probably like Colorado there, but some areas here, if you can't even make it to the door before you're getting eyeballed, by security or somebody there, that where they're just not going to let you in with a mask or without a mask. And then other stores, you walk out, you get out of your car, go slap your mask on, and everybody looks at you like you're a leopard or something. They're like, oh, you're one of those. So depends where you are in the city. In the city, you can't get in anywhere without a mask. There's signs on every gas stations everywhere. But outside smaller towns, you almost don't even see people with a mask.
Yeah, my favorite's the stores around here that absolutely say they require a mask, and it's funny that they sell masks just a few feet inside the doors.
Yeah. Also here, people that don't have masks that work in stores, I've noticed are wearing like full face shields. So I've noticed a few older people. There was one at the gun shop that actually had like a full face shield, which honestly kind of looks less restricting. And I assume if you sneeze or something, it's going to go all over the inside of the face shield. Vice versa, if somebody was to sneeze towards you. But it's kind of like a headband, and it just kind of hangs over your face. So
like a paintball face shield, that kind of face shield.
Kind of. It looks like very cheap. Like I wouldn't expect to pay more than $10 for this. Like a Harbor Freight, welding plastic, the cheapest one they have, face shield type deal. So it might be an option for people that are really against masks. If you can pick one of those up, I mean, it works here in New York, where So I don't know. It might work in your area too.
Yeah, and Buck brings up the point. The only way the police can get involved is when the store asks you to leave and you don't. Yeah, at that point you're committing trespassing, and they can't.
All right. Let me explain one more time how trespassing works. If you walk into a store and the store clerk says, "I want you to leave," and you say no, then the cops show up and remove you. As long as you leave when the cops show up, There's no law broken. You can't. What would happen after that is the cop will get you outside the building. Their partner will go back inside, or they will go back inside and say, Mr. Store Clerk, Mrs. Store Clerk, would you like to trespass them from your property? The store clerk will say, yes, I want to trespass them from my property. The cop will come back out to you and say, you've been trespassed from this property, which means you can't come back here again. If you come back here again, we will arrest you. So as long as you obey the orders from the police, there's nothing illegal there, period. People think that when the guy calls and says, get out of my store, and you say no, you've broken a law. That's not true. Even when the cop shows up, unless when the cop says you have to leave the store and you say no, you're still not trespassing. You're disobeying lawful orders, which you can be arrested for. That's how trespassing works.
Or if you argue with them at that point for a medical reason. You know, if they
Yeah, well,
still
that-
want you to leave, you got to leave. And, you know, you might have a case, but at this point, they still want you to leave.
Once the officer comes and says, the store clerk wants you out of their store, you have to leave with me, you are under an order from a lawful order from the police. And if you don't follow that, you're going to pay the consequences for that.
Yeah, if you don't leave when the cops tell you that you've been trespassing and all this other stuff, like Kingpin was saying, then they can get you on a disorderly conduct, and then they can take you into custody.
Right. The only time you can be found guilty of trespassing is the next day when you go back and the store clerk calls the cops again. Then you're guilty of trespass. Now it's different than when you've got a sign in your front yard that says no trespassing, and I walk through your yard. As soon as I walk through your yard, I've broken that whatever. And not every trespassing sign is legal. You can put a no trespass sign up on your yard and nobody get in trouble for it. You think you have to go through your city ordinance or whatever to actually have. I'm not 100% true on that.
Could be a little difference is between states as well.
Yeah.
On
But
this, but I would just keep that in mind as well. I know in New York, I have to tell you to leave before it's considered trespassing, and then after that, if I call the police or whatever, they're gonna make you leave, and then if you come back, then yeah, you're trespassing again at that point because I verbally told you once. The police have told you in your yard a third time.
Okay, but then cool. I wasn't clear on how.
Yeah, every state might be a little different. You know, New York. You know, who knows?
Every state's going to have different trespassing ordinances. Make sure you know your local laws, essentially. Just like when you're carrying a firearm, always make sure you know your local laws.
Every single state for walking into Walmart is exactly the same. Every county, every state, every borough, everywhere you go, when you walk in and they say leave and you don't leave, you're still not trespassing. When the cops show up, they're not going to arrest you for trespassing.
I meant when you're putting up your trespassing sign in your yard.
Well, private property. I think Rob pretty much clarified that for me, though.
Yeah. Just when you're putting one of those signs up, make sure you're following your local ordinances. Basically, and then you cover your butt. Make sure you know what your local laws are with those.
I don't do that. I just go out on my front porch naked with an AR in my hand and start screaming. And people don't come back. You don't have to worry about saying don't trespass.
And trust me, it's not because they are.
Get me off your land pretty quickly.
And that's why I haven't got mail in 3 years.
Yeah, snob, you don't need to worry about taking the AR with you. You just go out on the porch naked and you'll scare everybody away.
Exactly. Hey, share my screen.
Yeah, I was getting ready to when we were done with that. But we had a little discussion going. All right, what are we looking at here?
Oh, you have to scroll down.
Okay. What you were showing the other day.
I checked on Gary's the other morning, but I don't know who all was there.
Yeah.
This was at a little sporting goods store / gun shop in Southport, Colorado. You have to go over to the other page here.
Yeah, you might want to read it because I don't got the whole thing on my screen.
Yeah, read it though.
Unfortunately, due to dumbass Governor Polis and his policies that we do not agree with at this establishment, anyone over the age of 11 is supposed to wear a mask. However, we will not kick you out if you do not have one. We appreciate your business and God bless.
So whenever I walked in, I told the guy, I love your sign. Walked around and looked, and it really didn't have anything I needed or wanted. But I bought a box of overpriced ammo just because I like this sign. Like, I'm not gonna not buy something here.
Well, that was nice of you.
I was just getting ready to say what you had. What you have there, Rob? An old hand crank drill?
Yep. Got lucky and found that at the flea market yesterday. I've been looking for one of these. The back unscrews so you can keep your bits in there. Let's see. Redhead Manufacturing, New York. So,
You know, they got those now that take a battery, man. Works really quick.
yeah. Yeah, I know. I have those as well. I just like older stuff. I think it's kind of cool. So
I'll tell you what I have that I like that's similar to that. One of those screwdrivers with the little spiral cuts in the thing, and they extend, and you just push them down. You know what I'm
yeah,
talking
you just push them.
Yeah,
Yep.
Speed
Those
speed
things are
driver.
fun as can be at times.
Yeah, those were cool.
Yeah. Well, I don't plan on using this thing. Like I said, it was $5. It's just cool that it could be used, and yeah, it's kind of store and from the same state and whatnot. So
Yeah,
My
it's pretty
grandpa,
neat.
my grandpa years ago did woodwork, and he would use one of those in place of an electric drill all the time. I mean, he had electric drills and battery drills, but he always used those. And he'd say, "Well, it doesn't clean your hole." When he was doing the little tiny woodworking projects, he used them forever. He used them doing that.
Yeah, my stepfather used to have a whole set of those screwdrivers like what you were talking about, and those were just fun to play with as a kid.
Well, they're handy if you get in tight spots and stuff. You know, where you can't really spin your hand. They're long usually, so you can just shove them in there and push on them and get it out.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, like electrical outlets or electric switch covers. It's like 2 pushes and you're done.
Mm-hmm. You've probably seen it, dear. I've got like 2 of them in my glove box.
You have so much crap in there. There's no telling what I've seen.
And got comments going back to the mask with glasses. He said, medically, people need glasses. People will probably say get contacts. I can't wear contacts. I have to have regular glasses. Even if my eye doctor flat out said, if I were to give you contacts, you want to improve your vision any. I have to have a cornea replacement in my left eye, and contacts do absolutely no good.
Got to shave the beard and start running an oxygen tank.
Yeah, right. I'll get one of the firefighter style oxygen tanks with the mask.
I kept saying I was going to take my welding hood. I got an auto darkening welding hood, and it's got like a skull and chains and flames or something on the side, something stupid. You know, I bought it off Amazon. I kept threatening to take it and wear that around.
People are.
Well, we were in Durango, Colorado, eating. We were at a Denny's eating, and some dude was wearing like a red. It was red, but it was a Jason mask.
I'm totally buy me one.
An old school
Little shallow dive tanks. You'll be fine. Throw the flippers on too, just for the hell of it.
Hey, that's
I
my
used, to
camera.
have, I used to have one of those hockey masks that wasn't just a decoration; it was the actual real thing. The really high impact plastic from when I played hockey.
Got one of those. Official, official one. The AAA official anyway.
Yeah.
We don't have a whole lot of hockey around here in Oklahoma.
Got a whole goalie pad setup. So back before they wore helmets.
Yeah, guy that comments, you don't realize how accurate you are. Oxygen is one of the heavier gases in the atmosphere. So the higher up you go, you have less and less oxygen because of how the weight of the oxygen. The other gases are lighter, so they're going to take up the more of the atmosphere at the higher elevations. And Buck says he just puts a line in his yard and says, "Stay behind the line."
I tell Snob that all the time. He doesn't listen.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Buck has one of those velvet ropes that he uses.
You know, I've been hearing radio commercials all day. They have nice little radio ads here. just like the car lots and the businesses advertise on it. Some guy trying to be all cool and be your friend, trying to tell you how important it is to wear a mask. And then at the end of it, they tell you this message is brought to you by the state of Ohio's health department. And then they tell you this message has been paid for with taxpayer dollars. So I'm sitting there thinking, if it's a real medical emergency, the state wouldn't have to pay anything to broadcast this message to you. I mean, when the phones go off and the TV goes off and tells you a tornado's on the way, they don't tell you at the end, oh, by the way, your tax dollars paid for this. So, it's just crazy.
I noticed in Colorado, like every highway, and when you come into Colorado, and then like every town when you're coming into it, the DOT signs like construction ahead that blink, the ones on the trailer. You know what I'm talking about, but read stuff, have digital displays.
Same ones in New York. Stay 6 feet away. Wear a mask.
Every one of those,
social distancing.
Every one of those in Colorado say mandatory masks in public places. Everywhere you go, you got those big trucks or those big trailers sitting there blinking that.
Again, your tax dollars at work.
Mm-hmm. Some of the little shops we went in, they were actually standing there with hand sanitizer, making you put on hand sanitizer as you went in. I got so tired of doing it, I almost told them, does that have alcohol in it? Because I'm allergic to alcohol.
That's how it was up at the Syracuse Mall. Same way, just about every store, there's somebody standing there getting ready to hit you with hand sanitizer and handing you a mask if you didn't have one.
I mean, I don't mind sanitizing my hands. It's not that. It's just, and a lot of them just had it sitting there and they just asked you to do it as you walked in. So after about the third time, I just walk over there and act like I was putting it on. Because you literally just walked out of the store next to you that you had to do it at and didn't touch anything in between.
This one store we went into, and we put it on, and it was the most nasty smelling stuff.
That was horrible.
It was horrible.
We actually went back in one of the other stores and hand sanitized our hands again just to get the smell off.
Oh, there's a recall I seen on my local news. I didn't watch it. I just walked by and when it was on the TV. But apparently there's some type of recall on a bunch of cheap hand sanitizers. So keep, maybe look into that. But something about wood alcohol and something else. So I don't know what's going on. But yeah, I'm sure you could look it up. But apparently there's some knockoffs that aren't made properly and can damage you and give you skin irritations and all types of crap. So,
can you see my screen, Jason?
Everybody can see that.
Yep.
I thought you might like that.
Go Sparty. Uh-huh.
Hand sanitizer is another thing, just like the mask. People have no idea what it's really for. Hand sanitizer has replaced washing your hands. And the more you use hand sanitizer and not soap and water, the worse off your skin condition is going to be. And it's not meant to clean your hands. You're supposed to wash your hands, then sanitize, then do what you're going to do that needs sanitation. It's not meant to touch a door and then hand sanitize, because all you're doing is rubbing all that stuff all over your hand. It's kind of like when you shampoo a carpet. If you spill something on the carpet and you just scrub it, then all you're doing is scrubbing it down into the fibers of your carpet. Carpet cleaners, you scrub and then you come back up and vacuum all that out of there. So if you got gunk on your hands and the only thing you do is rub your hand sanitizer, all you're doing is rubbing germs on different places in your hand. It does, yeah, okay, I get it. The alcohol does kill a bunch of the germs, but after a while, your hands, just like anything else, that's why we don't take antibiotics every day like vitamins, because your body will build up an immunity to it and it won't work.
Also, a lot of them have lotions and stuff in it, which attract, things from the air. So it kind of sticks to your hands. So right after you use it, you start tracking more. So I'd recommend alcohol. I use alcohol. I don't use it all the time. I use it when I touch a gas pump. But again, I am in New York, and when I deal with cash at the gas station or something like that. But that's basically it, just in case, so I don't end up transferring things all over the car or this or that. But majority of the time, other than that, I get home, I wash my hands. So, and then I can use the same alcohol bottle to hit my doorknob if I need to or whatever. But I don't overuse alcohol either. You know what I mean? Because obviously that's a problem. But definitely washing your hands. They claim just soap and water will deal with this, but I think a lot of the issue is when you're out and about. That's where people rely on the hand sanitizers, which again is kind of a 50-50. But I don't want to beat a dead horse.
And Kingpin.
Overusing alcohol, is that what Black Cat does?
No,
I use it in a different way, topically. You know.
Yeah, totally different kind of alcohol. But the Kingpin's point with the antibiotics, not only does your body build up an intolerance to the antibiotics, well, you take them and there's no bad antibody in there for it to kill. It's going to start attacking the good antibodies you need that help keep your body functioning properly, and then you end up with another different problem. So that's why you don't take antibiotics more than what they're prescribed. One, your body's going to build up an indifference to it, and two, you're going to kill off good antibodies that your body actually needs.
Yes, he did, Gizzard. And Squib's fixing to come in here and school us on masks. Tell us what we're all doing wrong, because he's an expert on them, I see. I see pictures of him wearing them all the time, so it must be.
Yeah, I think Squib's been wearing them from day one.
Yeah, I think he loves them.
Yeah,
Well, I get it, Robin.
big supporter of the masks.
You know, nice, right?
Yeah, Alan B. Pro and Bald and Curious both there, I guess. Though Bald and Curious, to his credit, didn't pass out like Alan did.
Alan was just gone.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Alan passed out with a smile on his face.
Alan may still be laying in that chair, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's quite possible. So we've been joined by the aforementioned Squib Load. How are you tonight, Squib?
Well, you know, here at work, trying to solve all of life's problems. Got an electrical problem on this machine that just, no matter what I try, I can't get it to work. How you guys doing?
If that machine would have been wearing a mask, it would still be working.
Oh, yeah.
You got to try the fail safe. You got to unplug it, plug it back in,
That worked
and then
last
kick
night.
it. Then give it a good kick.
That worked last night. We had a new machine that was acting up, and I'm like, this machine is new. There's nothing wrong. I unplugged it. You know, powering it off and powering it back on didn't help. I unplugged it, plugged it back in. Everything worked fine. I go, okay. Finally, the Dell
Strange how things work sometimes.
Well, yeah, but it's like when you call tech support, they go, did you unplug it? And yes, I've done it 10 times, dude.
Did you hit Alt F4?
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, this machine must have the Rona.
Anybody have any other comments they want to bring up about what we were just talking about?
Yeah, pick your dang mask up. Don't leave them all over the floor and stuff.
Yeah, I think we already covered that.
Act like a big boy and girl.
Who wrote that
Apparently
article?
needs to keep getting hit.
What was that, Jason?
Who wrote that article? Dr. Fauci?
It wasn't actually written by Fauci. It came from the National Public Health Emergency Collection, which is a branch of the National Institute of Health.
Oh, the health experts.
Yeah.
Fauci.
The people that Fauci works for.
Fauci's a piece of shit.
No argument.
Squib didn't even, put any lotion on before he gave us that.
Yeah, I'm going to throw the link out on the YouTube side if anybody wants to read the whole article. Like I said, it gets pretty technical, so that's why I skipped over a lot of it because I wasn't reading all that technical jargon. But if you want to get a better idea, there's the whole article right there.
Now, you guys believe this chain shortage is due to this coronavirus stuff? I mean, I'm hearing people collect change, you know, and they get a certain amount, or they fill their little dish on the side of the bed, they cash it in at the bank, but nobody's been doing that because of the coronavirus, which seems hard to believe because even here in New York, my banks have been open for a small period of time. The lobbies were shut down, but you know, you can still do most of your business right through the window. So does this seem, you know, believable to you guys, or you think that many people are hoarding change?
Well, here's where I look at it real quick. Man, there's supposed to be 30 million people unemployed. This is not the time that people would be saving money. This is the time if you had change saved up, you would be cashing it in and spending it. There's no way we just run out of change. I mean, they don't print every one of your coins in your pocket. Doesn't say 2020 on it. There's change, man.
Yeah, well, I kind of feel the same way, but that's why I'm asking. I'm just curious, you know, what's the catch here? What's the angle? Because I'm not buying that it's a corona thing. Okay. It just doesn't seem to fit to me. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know.
You're saying that the lobbies at the banks in your area are still open?
Yes, right now I could walk into the bank and do whatever business I want, see the notary, whatever I need to do.
I haven't
and
been
it's
able
been
to
that way for a while.
I haven't been able to walk into a bank for 4 months, 4.5 months. They've had it shut down, and you cannot put rolls of coin in the vacuum in that tube for the drive-through. My bank has been ATM and drive-through only. So now
don't you have some banks that have an actual teller at the window? I mean, I understand it's a hassle, but like, say you're a manager at a gas station or some type of store, you have to get changed. Like, it's just the way it goes.
That's just it. That's just it. If you are doing a bank drop or something like that. Now, here's the thing, though. I did see them unlock the lobby and let 2 people in. Now, maybe they were going in for a loan. So if they're doing that, why wouldn't they let in business owners to get change? My thing is,
do you have to call to make an appointment?
Maybe,
okay.
But
I'm just curious. Maybe it's a big inconvenience, so nobody's bothering, or a third of the people aren't bothering. But almost like Jason said, there's a lot of people that probably need their change. You know, and you'd assume are the Coinstar machines not being used? Are they being pulled because of COVID? Or
in my state, they might be closed because for the longest time you couldn't bring returnable cans back. Here we have a 10-cent deposit on cans and bottles. So for 3 months you couldn't bring.
Sorry, go ahead.
For 3 months, you couldn't bring cans or bottles back. You also couldn't make a return. If you bought the wrong size, whatever, and wanted to return it and exchange it, the return desk was closed by state law, by the governor's order, right? So I don't use Coinstar, but I imagine by the same thing, Coinstar was closed, just like the scrap yards were closed and all this other stuff. I've heard about this whole shortage of aluminum for aluminum cans. Well, if they're relying on a lot of recycled aluminum, then it's plausible if other states did what Michigan did and more or less shut down the ability to recycle, then aluminum would be in short supply, not unobtainable, but in short supply. I don't believe that, the supply of coins out there is out there. Last time I went to the bank drive-through for cash, because I typically just use the ATM, I did ask for 50 cents. I asked for 2 quarters. And they thought I was asking for 2 rolls of quarters. And they said, we can't put rolls of coins in this thing because they'll get stuck. And I said, no, I want 2 quarters, 50 cents. They said, 2 quarters? Oh, no problem. So they had change in the building. They weren't like, I'm sorry, we don't even have quarters. They had change. They literally couldn't get it out to you. Now, that sounds really stupid, but think about all the other stupid things that have happened because of COVID. So if the banks are literally sitting on change that they can't because they're afraid to open their doors, and you might say, well, in my state, we don't have that. That's great. So in other states, is it affecting your state? That's really stupid too. Once again, none of this adds up. None of it makes any sense. But if you say there's a shortage of change, what is the first thing people are going to do? They're going to hold on to their change. If you say that we're running out of toilet paper, what are they going to do? They're going to hoard toilet paper. That's what people do. As soon as they think they can't get something, they're going to go out and buy all of it they can or hoard all of it that they own. And that's what's been going on this whole time. So by saying that there's a chain shortage, you actually create a chain shortage, in my opinion.
Yeah, here's the crazy thing. You guys talk about how your banks operate and everything. Our credit union by West Virginia's lockdown thing and everything should be open, right? Nope, they got the lobby locked. You can only get in by appointment because they're following Maryland's guidelines because the credit union's main branch is in Maryland. So they're following that state's guidelines instead of our state's guidelines.
Well, my mom's vice president of a local bank here, and I called her and asked her whenever I first started seeing the chain shortage signs at all these stores, and said what the deal is the Federal Reserve is limiting the amount of change banks can get due to them not minting any right now, is what they're telling them. But she said we have no shortage of change. She said we're still giving businesses come in every day and get change, and they're still giving them just as much as they always have. But that's just their local bank. They're still able to get enough from Federal Reserve to keep up what they do. I mean, they're a pretty big bank, but
yeah, every store has a sign saying that they have a coin shortage.
The Federal Reserve has been belly aching for 20 years about how expensive it is to produce coin. They lose every coin that they make, they lose money on, even the quarters. And they've been trying for 20 years to stop making coins. Every so often, banks send their money back to the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve removes old tender, whether it's coins or bills or whatever, and puts new, fresh stuff out. So it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility that the Federal Reserve's just not releasing this stuff. And they're not like if somebody said that they're not printing it, they haven't been wanting to make the stuff for decades.
well, here's another point to that same effect. McDonald's, to that same effect. McDonald's, whenever all this started, cut their menu like in half. And I mean, the only reason I care is because I love their steak, egg, and cheese bagel for breakfast, and they took it off because they're doing a limited menu. For what reason in the world would they do a limited menu other than they took the stuff off that makes them less money?
Yeah, when they stopped doing the breakfast all day thing too.
Yeah, they took the
Let's
stuff
do a
off
little.
that makes them less money.
Let's do a little experiment, I guess. We got 6 random people here, or 7 if you want to include Snob.
No.
Do you have any more change than you normally would have? And your best guesstimate, how much change are you sitting on in your house?
I can answer that question real easy. I use plastic for everything, so this doesn't affect me at all.
I have $1,000 worth of change. I just finished rolling up.
Our coin jar is not as full as it normally would be.
I don't spend change and I can't stand it in my pockets. So like my cup holder, my truck's full. The nightstand here's full. I got jars full, the same as it's been any other day in my life. And every business but 1 or 2 that I've ever been to has had change. And I'll tell you here, Speedway gas station says they don't have change. So like if you go in there and spend $2.25 and you give them $3, they keep your 75 cents. But
yeah, they're doing that here in Michigan too.
No other gas stations, no other businesses, nowhere has ever said anything about change, wanting to buy change, please asking for change. And I've drove to other places where I work out of town, and when it all started and I asked them, and they look at you like you're stupid and laughing. They never heard of such a thing. Shortage of change.
Now, this is what I can't understand. You go into the grocery store and the self-checkout is credit card only because of the change shortage. But if you go into the regular checkout with a person, you can pay with cash and you'll get change back. What's the difference?
They don't want to send people running back and forth with change.
Well,
look, next thing you know, our money will all be dirty. Every dollar bill will be infected with corona, and they won't have any money, they won't have any change, and you'll have a nice little debit card from the federal government able to decide what you spend every day.
No.
Now that I don't agree with. That I don't agree with all the conspiracies about They're trying to go cashless so they can control us and all that garbage. I'm telling you,
Well, it seems like the
all they have
government
to
is
do-
regulating the change right now.
all they
Seems
have
like
to
they're
do-
causing the shortage.
We would take it overnight if all they did was make every one of your employers pay you electronically. As soon as your job pays you electronically only and you can't go to the bank, you will hop right on the little card thing like everybody else.
I've been on direct deposit since 1992 and never had a problem with it. The few times where I've had a live check 1 week here, 1 week there, it's been a problem. I don't know why anybody still does live checks. I'm not for a cashless society, and I don't think we're going to have it in our lifetime. If it does happen, it's going to happen a lot further down the road. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with using plastic to pay for stuff. I just think some people have trouble managing it. And because of that, they don't want it. I don't think you should be forced to have it, but I don't believe that they're necessarily tracking you other than to suggestive sell you more garbage.
Well, it's
That
not-
would make it dependent on electricity as well. It's not Squib. And
It's-
that's one thing, you can transfer a debt between two people privately in somebody's home. Your kid sells a video game to his friend. You don't need a machine. You don't need a card. It's a private sale. I think that's where the kicker is, and that's probably what they want to get rid of. But that's the beauty of cash or something like that.
It's totally not a conspiracy theory because the Chinese do it right now. And as soon as they instituted a cashless society, they also instituted social credit scores.
Yeah.
And the
I'm
problem
cash. I like cash.
like Rob said, cash is like your driver's license. It's a symbol of freedom. It's one of the biggest symbols of freedom, having independent wealth in your own pocket that you can do with whatever you want without the government being able to track it and tax it.
Okay,
Or
the
without a
government
bad
doesn't
storm
track your
shutting your
credit card
banks down.
purchases. They don't track your credit card purchases or where your cell phone's been, but they can subpoena that if they want to, even though some companies might make it difficult for them. But I tell you who does are all these companies that are selling ads and putting pop-ups and sending you suggestive emails and garbage like that. Your information is being sold if you use it. But I'm telling you, I've been doing stuff electronically since the late 90s. And it hasn't been an issue. I haven't had anybody knock on the door, some black van follow me, or any of that other garbage. For me, it's
You
actually
ever
more.
heard of the Carrington event?
No,
You never know, Squid. You never know. We're flying around in space right now. Weird shit happens.
yeah, and there's lizard people at the center of the earth too. Whatever.
The fact
Hey.
that
Hey, don't talk about my wife that way, Squib.
I'm going back to you.
If you go in the military, you got to do direct deposit because they don't give you a check.
90% of the fast food employees around here get a debit credit card for their paycheck. They don't get a full
Unforced, right.
paycheck anymore. So it's not like it's that far out of the realm of possibility for them to force a cashless society. The biggest problem with the cashless society, and I agree with Squib, it's going to be very difficult for them to do, and it is going to take time. It won't be like the COVID. They won't be able to do it overnight because there's so much cash out in the system already. If they went cashless tonight, the economy would collapse and probably never recover. That whole thing that they said about, what happens if Trump gets elected, that would probably happen because somebody like me who doesn't use credit cards, somebody like me who doesn't keep a bank account, somebody like me who doesn't shop on the internet, I would be completely helpless if they went cashless overnight.
You'd be the black market that would be created just like with prohibition,
Yeah,
as well as me.
would need cash, like drug sales and everything. You don't want to use a drug dealer with a credit card. So, I mean, they got to keep those thugs in business because they're the ones that create the crime, and the crime makes us dependent on the government. They're not going to get rid of cash.
In San Francisco, they moved a bunch of homeless people into hotel rooms and they buy them alcohol, cigarettes, and marijuana. The government pays for that. So the government definitely doesn't seem to have a problem with becoming the new drug dealer.
Government is like the largest drug dealer.
I mean, I'll be honest. I would hate to go back to getting a check every week and having to go to the bank, make time to go to the bank, cash and all that. Mine just goes in there and
I ain't doing that bullshit.
10 o'clock at night.
Yep.
Nobody's asking you to, man. If you like to do digital, that's fine. There's nobody here saying that they have a problem with you using a credit card and having direct deposit. That's cool, man. I think it's definitely more efficient to be able to look on your phone and say, "Hey, I got paid." Because most people who get direct deposit get paid way before everybody who gets a paper paycheck. You know, you got money in your account at midnight as opposed to, 2 o'clock in the afternoon or whenever you get off work.
Don't force your cards on us, man.
If I got a paper check, it would be the following Friday, and I get it on a Tuesday. I turn my bills in on Monday and get it on Tuesday.
Yeah, all three of my kids work at Walmart.
They just lost power.
My two daughters, they get theirs direct deposited. They get paid a day before my son does with his paper check.
But
Yeah,
also,
I ain't forcing my cards or my direct deposit or my doing my taxes online on anybody. But I've done it for a long time. It works. I'm not afraid, and it just makes life easier. I mean, if you don't want to do it, it's a free country. Don't do it. But they're not taking away the cash.
I did notice while we were on vacation. Well, Braden had money because he works with me a lot in the summer, and he's 15, so he just cashes his check, and he's been keeping cash put back and stuff. And I noticed like a bunch of the gift shops and stuff would only take cards or correct change, and some of them wouldn't even take cash at all in Colorado. It's kind of aggravating because he kept having to hand me his cash so I could pay for whatever he was buying.
Just like I won't do business with a company that charges you a fee. If it's like, well, it's $5 if it's cash, but it's $6 if it's with a credit card. Well, you just lost a sale, asshole.
There's a lot of times I get held up with a customer or whatever trying to either buy something, withdraw money, and they get harassed, and it turns out to be an issue because either their card will get denied, and they got to call the bank and clarify why they're spending $2,000, $3,000, $5,000 or whatever. And it's been an issue. I don't understand, to me, and I've seen it myself, where people have just gone to their bank and cleared everything out because, they decide to do something. It's not a fraud. It's in their hometown. They verified it's them. Why do you got to prove why you need the money? I think banks are getting a little too damn possessive with your money. And what happened to interest? Like you're not even getting, they're using your money, making money off from you for nothing almost now. I mean, if they're going to do something with your money, then, it should be working for you.
If your bank is doing that, switch banks. If your credit card is doing that, switch credit cards. I've had a handful of credit cards that wouldn't handle fraudulent charges. I got rid of all of them. I can go wherever I want and spend whatever I want on my credit cards, and it's never been an issue. I've had a few instances where I've caught a fraudulent charge of spending, called them and said, hey, you can stop this. And they go, no, we'll just let it go through. Don't worry about it. And the next day, it's gone, and the money's back on my credit card. But any credit card just said, well, we got to wait 30 days. You got to fill out a form, or you need a police report. You're like, all right, here, I'm just going to pay you off. You're done. And there are plenty of good banks out there. There are plenty of good credit cards out there. You just have to find them. I've never had a bank say, excuse me, why do you need to spend $2,000 on your credit card today? That's none of your damn business. I have never had that happen.
You want to know a good way to end private gun sales? Go cashless society.
Kids lemonade stands, all types of things like that. Kids cutting grass.
Well, wasn't the Democrats stimulus plan twice that failed because they put other stuff in there? But didn't both of those say that they wanted to give you the checks on a government debit card?
I don't know that
a lot of people did get theirs. I know my helper got a government debit card whenever he got his stimulus this time because he didn't want to wait on a paper check. We could send out the debit card faster than the paper check. If that makes sense.
EBT cards, used to be food stamps, but now they're EBT cards.
There's been so much
crap.
Democrat
maybe
know what's in them.
Maybe something I might believe would take a portion is, there probably is a lot of people that are just making money off cards right now instead of a paycheck.
Well, I'll be honest, I'm glad.
That's
I'm not
probably depreciating some of the natural change that would be cycled right now. But I still don't think it would be creating the shortage that they claim we have, although I don't see.
I'm glad they went to plastic food stamp things. If you're ever in line behind somebody that's doing WIC or food stamps with the old school system, you were standing there forever waiting in line before you could pay. And now it's just like anybody else. I'm going to be stuck behind them if they're going to give them the money and everything. And I'm going to be stuck behind them. I just assume getting out of the way fast so I can get out of the store.
Well, I think about 30% of people in total shouldn't even be allowed to go to the store by themselves. How they act. They don't know math and they're screwing around and don't know anything. And I think there should be a separate line for the lottery. Yeah, when I'm supposed to be somewhere and this and that, and you got 3 people in front of you trying to get their magic numbers and this and that. All I got to do is just, put this $20 down for gas so I can go. God,
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
oh
pay
my
at
God,
the pump. You
the
could
Hope
pay at
and
the pump.
Dream line is on the line. Yeah, if you use cards, I use cash.
Yeah, well,
So,
you could pay at the pump with a card. Buy a
Use
gift
your
card
Hope
with
and
cash.
Dream line on another line. Like we got the real world, people that are going to work, and then the ones that dream and stuff.
Buy a gift card with cash for the amount of fuel that you expect to use that month and pay at the pump with the gift card. There's no credit card transaction. You're not paying any interest, and you don't have to go inside the store.
But yeah, but
I don't like cards.
What happens when you go inside the store to buy a pack of cigarettes or a drink, and that same jerk off is standing there buying $75 worth of lottery tickets, and all you want to do is get a soda? You still got to take.
Go to
Rite Aid. They don't
You know
sell
what I'm
lottery.
talking about.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
It takes the convenience out of the convenience store.
All convenience stores here have separate lines for lottery.
I wish they did here. I go in Quick Trip in the morning to get a sausage roll and a donut and a Mountain Dew, and have to stand in line behind Granny Elma that's getting her lucky numbers for an hour.
Well, that makes me feel better 'cause I thought I was the only one that had to deal with lotto people.
No.
I can sit there every day till my blood boils, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's a bad time. And it's always when you're running a minute late or something. You know what I mean? It's never when you got the time. It's always.
And if they got like a $20 winning ticket, they're buying $20 worth of new tickets, and it's always, how much do I got left? How much money do I got left? How much is number 13 here? Give me 2 number 5s and a 13. How much money do I got left?
When Oklahoma first got the scratch off, everybody would stand at the counters and scratch their tickets while you were waiting. They finally put an end to that. All the stores did. They kind of put an end to that. But I was like, how rude do you have to be to stand there with people behind you and scratch your tickets? From the penny out of the take a penny thing at that.
Man, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that does get annoying. Even if you're standing in the lottery line and somebody's standing there with their damn instant scratcher, it's like, get the fuck out of the way, asshole.
Okay, being the person that is buying the $75 worth of lottery tickets, because that's the only thing I spend cash on, because cash is stupid. Yep. You know what? When I'm at the store, when I'm in Speedway,
had to be you.
and I'm buying the tickets, there's literally nobody in the store. But by the time I get to that last ticket sale, there's 5 of you motherfuckers right behind me. Okay, where were you?
And we're all trying to get our asses to work, Squib.
Yeah,
Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning when it happens, I'm gonna like make a good cough and I'm gonna be like, man, quit squibbing around.
I'm telling you, there's nobody. All right, cool. I can go get some lottery tickets. I turn around. Where the hell were you guys 5 seconds ago? Where were you? Oh, it's like you're attracted. It's like
Surely you're not the little old lady that has to take an hour to pick out her tickets, though.
No, it takes the attendant forever because now with the whole COVID, you have to actually hand paper. So before you just go up and go, I want 5 Fantasy 5s. Bam, they print it you out. No, you have to actually hand them a paper form. They have to run it through the machine. Before COVID, you could get in and out with a lottery ticket. Now you're waiting and waiting and waiting on the attendant.
I got a question. How come there aren't like lottery stores? Because we've got gas stations, we've got convenience stores, we've got cigarette.
There is.
I'll sign that petition.
I've been to one in California.
Really? Okay, cool. It's just all lotto. That's all you go in there for is lotto.
Yeah, California State Lottery and anything
All
else.
the salesmen will line up in the parking lot.
Yeah, there were lines of people there, but the only thing they had in the store other than that were like pop machines. That's it.
Oh, all right. See, I think that I don't know if it's some type of federal law or apparently not. California doesn't care about the law, but you'd think it would be a pretty wise decision to rent out a little office or one of the little strip mall stores and just sell lottery all day.
Well, no, the reason this storage exists because there's no lottery in Nevada because the casinos are where they make their money. So there's literally a store across the border in California, literally like just feet within the border. The streets to get to it are all on the Nevada side. You literally drive across the imaginary line at the border. That's all that's there is the store. There's nothing else. There's no city. There's nothing else. On the Nevada side, there's a town. So you're literally driving down the street to go into California, to go a couple feet into California, to buy California lottery tickets, driving back out the parking lot, back into Nevada.
Now, how much gas does that cost you?
Well, who cares? I'm going down the Prim anyhow to gamble.
99% of these people, if they would have just saved that money, stuffed it in their pillow, they would have had a much better time at the end of their lottery spree.
If you work extra and you have extra money, why not spend it on something fun?
Well, the biggest problem with that is most of the people that buy the lottery tickets are the ones that can't afford to. I realize there are people who can.
Like the only people that win are the rich people that live in Manhattan.
Yeah.
But there's plenty of people that can't afford a lottery ticket that do buy them or can't afford to go to the casino, and yet they go and spend their whole paycheck thinking they're going to double it.
Do you guys got drive-through stores where you live?
There's one that's in Romney, which isn't that far from here. Kingpin and I drove through Romney when we were coming back from DC. But they have one there. It's a drive-through beer distributor of all places.
Well, yeah. See, we have that. Like, unless I'm getting gas, we use drive-throughs. You just drive up with your car and tell them what you want. Lottery tickets, beer, cigarettes, milk, bread, bologna.
2 or 3 in Oklahoma when I've been working. There's one in Jay.
Candy, pops, every beer there is. I mean, you just pull up and they hand it to you right through your car window. I mean, there's no plexiglass or anything.
They got drive-thrus in Oklahoma. They're called toll booths.
Yeah, they do. I've been through those.
Cook hates toll booths because they only use cash. That's why he hates them.
Anybody who pays to use the Pennsylvania Turnpike is a fool. That road is one of the worst maintained roads I've ever been on. And they charge you to use it.
Ours are dang well maintained because every time you go down them, there's construction on them.
Oh, yeah, there's always construction, but doesn't mean it's done right.
Bullshit. There's as many potholes in Oklahoma as there is in Michigan.
They're always working somewhere on the PA Turnpike. Doesn't mean they're doing it right. If there's not road work, some idiot hit somebody else. I have yet to be on the Turnpike and not get stuck in traffic because either road construction or some idiot hit another idiot.
Maryland.
I've gotten through.
And by the time they get to the end of the road, they're already digging up the front of it again. They do so much road construction around here, especially since Larry Hogan's taken over. That's been like his huge thing is repaving every road in the friggin' state.
Yeah, Interstate 79 in Pennsylvania and Interstate 76, which is the Turnpike, they're always working on some part of those roads somewhere.
I think that's part of the scam. Yeah, the money they pull from that stuff. Most of the time, they don't really do it right. you know, they only take off the top coat or whatever. They go down an inch or two. They don't really get into the bedding. So,
Well, here it's the water table. It's so high, and no matter what they do, that and the road salt, all them expansion joints, it just tears it up. But we've got all these engineers in this state, not just for automotive, but for other industries. You think there'd be some engineer who could develop a way to build a road that would last with the summer heat, the winter ice, and the high water table, and engineer a way out of that? But no, that would make too much sense. Guess they're really not that smart.
Well, there's more money in it if they have to redo it every 5 years.
exactly.
It's the foundation they put underneath it. Like if you go to Germany or the Autobahn, it's like law. They got like a 1 or 2 foot foundation underneath their asphalt. Around here, you're lucky to get 4 to 6 inches. So the roads just they don't stay together.
Around my house, I can get that. Never mind.
Plus, there'd be no money if you build a road that lasted forever. You know, geez, what would they do with all that leftover tax money?
I tell you what road Pennsylvania needs to work on. It's freaking 81 between Martinsburg, between where the Maryland border and Harrisburg. That is one of the roughest goddamn roads that I've ever been on. That road is god awful.
Well, I can't speak for your guys' area, but my area is slowing down. You know, we're going to be in dire straits here if we don't get a bailout from the federal government. So road work, all those projects are all on a hold.
Just get the billionaires to pay for it in New York.
Yeah, no, the billionaires, they buy the arenas and the stadiums, and then they somehow get the taxpayers to fix them and rehab them.
Yeah, vote for that billionaire tax so they can buy all the illegals health care for them.
Yeah, you know, Jason, I do think you have a point there with the whole, you know, construction thing, because they got the union guys there and they always vote one way, and you've got all the money that they make. I'm sure somebody's funneling it back into somebody's campaign fund. What I find weird is the roads with the potholes don't get fixed, but the roads that were perfectly fine get ripped out and replaced. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, they do that here. Like my street just a few years ago, they keep it nice. They'd repave it, you know, or not tear it up, but, you know, just add a new layer every few years. And it was always so smooth that from the one stop sign to the end, we had a lot of racing going on around here. You know what I mean? Because this was always just a nice, straight, smooth road. Well, just a few years ago, they'd done it new. Everything was fine. The next year they come back, tore out the whole road, tore it 3-4 feet deep, ran in new sewers, tore out all of our front yards, tore out all of our driveways, and put in all new sewers. And I was like, you just paved the road last year. And he's like, yeah, but we didn't do the sewers. And they put up these big signs, and it said, this project was like $3.5 million gave to us by a government grant. Great big signs on both ends of the road. And as soon as it was all said and done, they doubled my taxes because I have a brand new street.
Isn't that sweet?
Now, didn't a government grant mean that we didn't pay for it?
So why are they doubling your taxes?
To pay it back, because we had to pay for a new street.
The grant money comes out of your taxes.
Well, grants are
I
free.
want to hear y'all complain about roads till you live on a Drake County dirt road.
Oh, I've
Complete
done
the conditions or terms of grants free.
that. We lived on a dirt road, and our neighbor decided that he was going to take it upon himself to plow it every year with a not proper snow plow.
I used to live on a dirt road when I was little. It was just a couple hollers away from here.
Well, if you want nice streets, you need to figure out where your mayor lives, you know, or his girlfriend, and move on to that street or that neighborhood. And then you'll get all your city services.
No, we found out what happens when you live on the same street as your mayor. They rip down the wrought iron gate, and you got to threaten them with a Jimenez.
I didn't say right next door, but you know, the same block area. You'll know the area.
The road
You
he has to drive.
go through the arches.
Yeah, but Squid, you got to get it right. It was a non-functional Jimenez. It It was even worse than just being a Jimenez.
Aren't they all? Aren't they all?
No,
Jimenez-
this one was intentionally non-functional because it was a prop for a trial that the guy was going to be adjudicating.
Oh, what do you guys think about that? I mean, from what I hear, they actually had the gun put back together in working order for the trial. I mean, does it seem why should that even be a thing if that's not how the gun was at the time? Yeah, doesn't it kind of seem like they're trying to be a little shady in a sense? Like,
well, that's tampering evidence.
Well, it seems like it would be an issue. Yeah, I don't know.
The assistant prosecutor working with the county, or not the county prosecutor, the city prosecutor was caught tampering with the evidence. I mean, he's been accused of it. So
2 AA's. You can always do 3
He's prosecuted for that himself. Now, getting back to the lottery ticket thing, I've actually seen with my own eyes people that went back when they were still getting food stamps go outside the store. When I was working at the Giant Eagle supermarket in Pittsburgh, they would sell their food stamps, come back in and buy lottery tickets and cigarettes with the money that they just got from selling the food stamps outside.
I tried a lottery experiment once. It was a long time ago. Tax money. I went to a gas station and I dropped $100 on tickets. Went out to eat, I think, with Denny's and scratched them. And I think I won $102. So I went back and bought another $100 worth, and I think I ended up with like $98. So after like sore fingers, scratching like a madman, I ended up breaking even. But it was entertaining for most of the evening. So I don't know, if that puts any odds out there. And if anything, I consider myself lucky.
Well, yeah, anytime we go to the casino, which is very rare. For one, I ain't going to the casino if I don't have the money to lose, because I'm just planning on having fun, not winning. But I know people who
have fun in the room,
is winning.
The hot tub and the pool, and the no kids. That's where the fun is. I've gone to casinos, but I don't go to play. I go for the comp room from family members.
See, when we would gamble in Las Vegas in the past, they'd comp us drinks. Well, if you go to the bar in a casino, it's $20 for a drink. So if you're spending $20 an hour on a slot machine and you're getting 2 free drinks, you're making out. But the thing is, over the years, they'll comp you less and less drinks. Now, they've got casinos in Detroit, but they don't comp drinks at all. They comp you rooms or stupid meals. Nobody wants that crap. So, I guess it just depends on where you go. But over the years, Vegas has gotten worse about comping you. And it isn't as worth it to gamble. Because sometimes you gamble and you win, you can go cash in, you're good to go. And other times you lose, but you drink for free that night, so you break even.
So you're going to Vegas and holding people up on the way to work?
Yeah, dude, I live life.
The first step is admitting you have a problem, right?
Like I said, if you work extra and you got the extra money to spend, why not?
Yeah, but see, my problem is, and my wife hates this, I'm this way about movies and concerts and everything. I'd rather buy something tangible than go spend $150 to go to a stupid concert.
Now, see, I used to be like that, but then I got with somebody who actually makes going to these things worthwhile. So, is it you?
Yeah, concerts can be a great thing, man, and a good memory and a good show to remember.
But yeah, he just spent
going to concerts, but I yell at my wife all the time for buying lottery tickets.
He just spent $116 to go see a bridge.
I didn't do that for me. I've been there twice.
Was it a tour? You go like inside and check all the cool stuff out, or what?
No, it was Royal Gorge.
Are you a wet blanket or what?
So it seems a little expensive, but I've taken some dam tours, things like that, so which I find quite interesting. So, lot of things that I guess people overlook. So,
Well, it's like a whole park of other stuff to do, but it burnt in 2013, so they didn't rebuild a bunch of it that was there when I was there last. So it was kind of a lot less entertaining. But it was still worth it to see my kids get to see Royal Gorge.
so you're creating a moment there. It's
Yeah.
justifiable.
Yeah,
Well,
And
it does.
concerts are good too.
Going to a concert would be, fun.
Yeah, but some of these people want some crazy money. I mean, crazy money, and there's a big difference. It's like that around here, depending what arena you go to. Your seat could be, your spot could be $200. It could be 50.
Well, my
for,
other
like,
problem
the same spot. Just depends
Probably
what
the
the
real
name of the
problem
arena is.
I can't stand to sit still for 3 hours. I have to be up doing something. I can't just sit there. I won't sit through a movie in the house or sit through.
Going to the
Stop in
concert
the
is not
country.
just
Go to a mosh pit.
going to the concert is not sitting still or standing still for 3 hours. It's what you do before, it's what you do during, and it's what you do after. You got to turn it into a whole experience. Shoot the works, man. You only live once.
What kind
Yeah,
of freaky stuff you into, man?
most our concerts here are 2 days, 3-day concerts, man. We can see all kinds of bands. We have like Rock on the Range here every year. I mean, it's like 3 days long. I mean, you'll
Those
see.
aren't concerts. Those
Well,
are
the biggest problem is Conway Twitty's dead, so I have no interest to go to a concert.
Oh,
Is
geez.
Squid taking a limo to the concert? That's what I want to know.
I've only taken a limo once ever in my life, and that was to get married the third time, and that was pretty cool. Other than that, no. But I might do a limo again one day. Now I did go to one where there's the bar near the concert arena had a shuttle bus. So you go to the bar, you eat dinner, you have a few drinks. The bus drives you there, drops you at the front door. When the concert's over, you jump on the bus, it takes you back. You jump in your car at the restaurant and you go home. By then you're all sobered up. You didn't have to pay for parking. You didn't have to wait in line, and you got a nice meal and a couple drinks out of it. Pretty good night, I'd say.
Yeah, see what Snob needs to do. He needs to go somewhere like Rocklahoma where they have 3 stages set up, and you can.
I've been to Country Fever, which was at the Rocklahoma place.
Go to Vegas and go to a concert that's being held in a stadium or arena that's attached to a casino or right behind a casino. Then you can just walk from the casino to the concert and walk back. You don't have to worry about driving. You can eat, drink, gamble, go shopping, do whatever the hell you want. And you don't have to worry about any sort of issues. You don't have to worry about paying for parking, waiting in line. I mean, it's nice. It's not cheap, but it's a fun experience. That's what I don't understand. When you guys go to SHOT Show, you guys are all there going and mugging, in front of the camera with all these vendors and shit. Dude, if I'm in Las Vegas, I can do that for about a day. The rest of the time, I'm having fun. It's like I'm not driving all the way out here, or flying all the way out here to spend a week doing, what I could do at NRAM in a day. That's just
Alrighty. But yeah, go to a festival, Snob. You have multiple bands set up. You can watch multiple bands. You don't have to sit in one place. You can go wander to this band or that band. Go get something to eat, get something to drink.
Yeah, Snob needs to come hang out. I'll get him out.
I'm just older than I look.
That's obvious.
Yeah, he is. When we first got together, and this was like almost 12 years ago, I was going out every weekend, and me and my best friend was going, and we were dancing. We would go out to either the casino had a dance floor and a bar and stuff, and we'd go there, and her and I would dance all night. And we usually stayed out till like 2 a.m. until it closed. 10 o'clock, he's like, "Are you ready to go home yet? Are you ready to go home yet?" I'm like, "Oh my God."
I like sleep.
Yeah, Snob, it sounds to me like you're just no fun.
He isn't.
Hey, I get that. I'm no fun, but I don't know. When I'm hanging with my wife, I tend to have a good time. So I just let her I just let her take the point and follow along, and not disappointed yet.
Well, he's all about, buying me alcohol and getting me to drink, but trying to twist his arm, trying to get me to
Yeah,
drink.
he is.
Yeah, he is. But trying to get him to drink? Oh, no.
I drink.
You drink girly drinks.
Sounds like the fun snob.
We know what happens when Stacy gets drunk because Snob was giving play-by-play after Gary showed the one. It was Snob showed the one time. When
Yeah. He's probably over here thinking, I wonder what we have here for you to drink. Yes, I do have stuff for you to drink. No, I'm not doing it right now.
Maybe we should have a drinking challenge for charity.
We should.
Oh, jeez. All right, but
Couldn't
you're doing
handle
it.
that.
What are the rules? What are the rules?
Oh, jeez.
Hello, Stan.
Oh no, we could play a drinking game. We can roll dice. Play 3-man. Get served up doubles and you donate.
100 proof, double shots. Every dollar counts.
Oh no, we gotta take it easy, man. We gotta stick with lightweight Jim Beam or something and about a case of beer because not drinking every 5 minutes, we'll be drinking like every 20 seconds.
let's do it. Like
And as long as it's been since I've drank one shot, and I'll be Alan B. Pro in it.
yeah, I was gonna say you could always just do it like Scotsman and Alan Pro had set up on Foreign and Domestic last night.
During the High State Michigan games, we do Jello shots. We have red Jello shots for the Buckeyes and yellow for Michigan. And if like Ohio State scores, you take a red shot anyways. And Michigan people on the other side of the house, they have to take 2 shots. So, within the first 15 minutes of the game, everybody's drunk.
Yeah, I think Alan B. Pro was drunk after the first 2 shots last night.
Yeah, I was
think
doing Jello.
after like every 3 shots, you got to get up and do like 4 circles in one direction and then 4 circles in the next.
Yeah, I was doing Jello shots with roll call on Saturday night, and I think those things were made a little bit stronger than they should have been.
Well, it was roll call.
Yeah, you can come across some strong Jello shots, that's for sure.
Just depends on how strong you make it.
Yeah, well, everybody always seems to make them strong as they can. They think that's a better recipe.
Yeah.
Oh, Seven wanted to know what we do with the Michigan colored shots. Well, we don't plan on having too many of those, so we don't make that many.
Yeah, wouldn't those be blue anyway, not yellow?
No, I'm not sure if we have blue most time. I know most time it's just red and yellow. But yeah, the Michigan people have to take 2 of their yellow ones if we score.
Yeah.
So, like I said, in the first 15 minutes, we're probably up by 4 touchdowns anyway. So people are drunk.
So if I was at your party, I'd be having one of either color every time either side scored.
Yep. Yeah. If it's not your team that scores, you're taking 2 of them.
All right.
But everybody's taking one every score. It doesn't matter touchdown, field goal, whatever. Everybody's taking one. But if it's your opposing team, you're taking 2.
Remind me never to go over to Jason's house for a college football. I'm not a Michigan or an Ohio State fan.
So we draw the line. It's like Michigan people on one side and Ohio State people on the other. It's a straight down the line deal. You people stay over there.
I'd be in the middle because I'm neither team. I don't like either team. No.
All right, I'm going to my office. You guys have fun.
Thank God.
Yeah, we'll have fun without you.
Uh-huh.
We always
He
do.
doesn't like having fun. He doesn't go to concerts and stuff. Come on.
That's weird. Don't go to concerts. I bet he'd go to a David Allen Coe concert. Racist.
Here's the thing though. I didn't like.
You don't even have to call me by my name.
darling.
You know the song.
Oh, jeez.
Oh boy.
I didn't like doing some of that stuff, but my first two wives made me miserable no matter where we went. My third wife doesn't do that. So I like doing all that stuff all of a sudden. Stacey, you sound like you're fun, and Stop doesn't. So I don't know what
He
can
he
can
just he's just old. He just always had this
you?
like
That's true. I'm really old.
The
I'm
snob
older
not
than
let you go out with the girls.
older than him.
Well, now
eight.
see, that's the other thing too. You can always just go out with the girls, and then whatever you and him like to do together, you guys just do that.
All his stuff is boring that he wants to do. He don't want to do anything fun.
Well,
Count
what
tipping
about,
and
what
stuff.
about, no, wait a minute. What if you do something that you find boring with him? In return, he's got to do something that he doesn't want to be excited, or do that's fun. He's got to be fun for you. You guys trade. You're like, oh, this is the most coolest bridge ever, and then he can go to a concert and go, I'm having a good time.
I've tried, and he would be like on certain concerts, be like, oh yeah, they would be awesome to go watch, but it's just, I think for him, it's the money. He just doesn't foresee paying that kind of money to go to a concert. It's like there's a lot more better things I'd rather.
Okay, one day we're all going to be in our deathbed, and we're going to look back at our lives, and we're going to say, did I do everything I could do? Or are you just going to die with a whole bunch of money in the mattress that the kids are going to fight over? That's why I'm not leaving anything for my kids and having fun now. Fuck it.
Thanks, Dad.
They get my guns and my Snap-on tools. That's about it.
Yeah, it's like Warren Buffett's kids. Can you imagine your dad being a multi-billionaire and your dad tells you, you know what, when I die, you kids ain't getting shit. I'll go into charity. Like, what the fuck?
Well, if his kids are spoiled little pricks, and serves them right.
Who else was doing it? I think John Huntsman did that too. Like in his will, all this money goes to charity.
You know what the last thing my father ever said to me? He said, "Careful, son, that gun's loaded."
So
Not everybody gets jokes, Jason.
Yeah, I guess not.
I was waiting for the rim shot.
yeah, no, I got it. I was going to say, so you're a member of the NFAC then?
The NAFC.
NFAC, not fucking around coalition.
Oh, yeah, I believe I am.
Oh man, that's that black militia where the guy who's the leader of it's a complete total nut job. But yeah, didn't you see in Louisville where one of their members had a negligent discharge and shot like 3 of their group members? Like, oh.
I think I did see like a minute or two video of that.
Yeah,
Everybody got down on one knee.
Yeah, this is the same group that at when they were doing their protest at Stone Mountain, Georgia, the guy was walking around all day with a goddamn jammed the MP 1522 that was jammed the whole day. Walking around like he's a badass with a jammed rifle. Yep, that's going to do you a lot of good. Plus, it was a 22. You gotta wonder about these people.
Hey, that M&P 1522 is a laser beam of death in the right hands.
Yeah, but I don't think those are.
Which is more effective, a jammed M&P 1522 or a broken Jimenez?
A broken Jimenez in the hands of that guy.
I don't know, man. That lady was pretty serious, man. I've been scared of her no matter what kind of gun she had.
Yeah, that guy wasn't even smart enough to clear a jam out of his rifle.
you see the footage of the day that they shot themselves? I don't know. You were just talking about the guy shot 3 of them at the one. They all were taking the knee because I mean it's obviously anybody who's been around when something crazy goes on and you're in a big crowd. It's pretty much standard. Everybody that's not involved get down so you can tell who's involved and who's not. So homeboy kneels down and he's trying to drop the mag out of his AR and he didn't know how to do it. And he's sitting there flagging everybody that's sitting right next to him and he's got his hand in the trigger well shaking and grabbing and it was funny, man. He didn't even know how to get the magazine out.
Oh man, yeah, those people. I mean, they're out there, that's for sure. Especially the leader of them. And like I said before, if you guys haven't seen Vocab Malone's video from a couple weeks ago, where he had two street apologists with him, basically street preachers, and they were talking about the guy who founded the NFAC. Go look over to Vocab Malone's channel and look for that video and watch that. That guy is a complete total nutcase. He should be locked up somewhere for everybody else's protection. He's a nut. He really and truly is. He's not playing with a full deck.
Years ago, I saw this video. This black dude was in like a cafeteria or like a high school room or something like that, talking to people about a race riot. And he was like, "We don't want that. That's the dumbest thing." And then he started showing film of these like little girls, like 9, 10, 11-year-old little girls winning shooting competitions, like 3-gun competitions and stuff. And it's not. His point was they were talking about race war at the time. Now, if we're talking about left versus right, liberal versus conservative, our children will clear these people out of here. My friend's wife upstairs can handle a gun very well. We put her on the roof of our house and she'll clear people from down the street all day long before they even get to our house. She knows how to function with a firearm. She knows how to function under pressure. They don't really want it. Every time, just like that one dude you were talking about, the leader of the group, every time he's on camera, he's talking about, "Where you white people at? Where you white people at? Come on down here. Let's get this fight going on." They don't really want it. They talk it because they know we're not going to come down there. If we went down there, it'd take about 5 minutes to execute all those people. And it wouldn't even be all of them because after the first couple shots rang out, all those cowards would run. Just like all these other Antifa punks. When they're picking on, there's this guy, Bryson Gray, that's on YouTube. He does MAGA music. Conservative, Christian rap music. He's pretty good whether you like that kind of stuff or not. He was at a rally the other day and Antifa was picking on some 80-year-old dude walking around with a cane. When he stepped up, nobody said nothing. Then he went over to a different area and they were messing with some old woman. And when he stepped up, nobody said nothing. There's this video. These cops have one of those blue-haired stupids thrown on the ground and they're giving him medical attention because he got hurt. I guess the cops busted him in the head, so the cops are sitting there fixing him. And this skinny goofball white boy sitting there screaming about F the police and defund the police and Black Lives Matter and screw your family. This little old black dude, probably about 5'0", 70 years old, walked up to him and told him to shut his effing mouth, not to say another word, or he was going to get fucked up. And the dude shut right up because they're all cowards. They're all chumps. Go back 2 or 3 years ago when Portland and Seattle had Antifa burning everything down over there. As soon as the Proud Boys showed up, what happened? They got beat up every single weekend. And then what they had to do, they had to call the Proud Boys a terrorist group. So now they can't come out anymore because they're terrorist groups. Because they were kicking the crap out of these Antifa and Black Lives Matter because they're all chumps.
These groups like Antifa and Black Lives Matter and all the rest of these, they keep saying F the police and they're going after police departments and courthouses and stuff like that. What they want is no law enforcement, no jails, no prosecution, no nothing, so they can just get away with crime. For them, this isn't about changing the world or about that guy, whatever his name is, George something or other. It's about being able to get away with committing crime. And the politicians know it, the media knows it, but none of them want to admit it, because if they do, it takes away the narrative, and then they don't have a story to say. They don't have an agenda to push. So unfortunately, your average low information voter doesn't seem to have the critical thinking skills to see that they all have the same thing. They want a system where they cannot get punished, where they cannot get arrested, prosecuted, or jailed, incarcerated at all, so they can just continue to get away with looting and rioting and all the other things that they're doing. And that's all it's about for them.
Now, if we just take this and kind of run with it, that would mean every homeowner or business owner is free to defend their property as they wish.
Bingo.
So this whole thing may be cleared up in a matter of a month and it'd be over with.
This is the psychology that they don't understand. People think that the police are out there to protect us from the bad guys. That's not what the cops are really there for. None of you think that. All of you understand that the cops are there protecting the bad guys from us. Because like Rob was just saying, you walk on my property and you're a bad guy, the reason I don't cut your head off is because I'll go to prison for the rest of my life. And you'll sit in a nice fancy hotel room once they sew your head back on. The cops protect the bad people from the good people. Because when bad people do things to good people cut their heads off and then make them stop doing that kind of stuff. So if you take away the police, what's going to stop me from executing these people? Nothing, except for my conscience and my heart.
Yeah, I was about to say your morality. The thing is, though, look at the St. Louis couple, right? They're trying to prosecute them. So right now, there's.
Did we lose Squib or did I lose?
No, he just got quiet. Yeah, I'm thinking we may have lost him.
Things are kind of reversed now in a sense, especially there where it wasn't a crime. They had the castle doctrine and whatnot, but yet the whole book and everything's being thrown at them with everybody else, including from what I hear, even Trump is saying, it's ridiculous. So things are swapped, and I think that creates another issue, because at what point are the right-minded people will stay? I don't know, that's probably a bad way to put it. At what point do the people, the silent majority or whatever you want to call it, say enough's enough?
When somebody in that group does something about it and they don't get arrested, they don't get charged, they don't have to retain a lawyer. When it becomes common knowledge that, okay, we're going to let the bad guys commit crimes, so we're going to let the good guys commit crimes too, then people will stand up. But as long as people have a conscience, and as long as they're afraid of something happening, and as long as law enforcement protects the bad guys and goes after us, then we're going to stay silent.
Think about it. We talked about it on Budget Show off air the other night. There's a pedo that lives a block and a half away from me. And everybody in my neighborhood knows it. The only reason that he's still in this neighborhood and alive, really, is because we can't go hurt him. We can't post a sign in all of our front yards pointing toward his house saying he lives there, because the law won't let us do that. Now, we can go knock door to door and tell people, I want to let you know who lives on 123 Main Street. But we can't. What we'd all like to do is go grab him by the head of his hair and drag him out of our neighborhood and leave him out to the cold. But we can't do that because the law protects that scumbag.
Get a bunch of you together and just Freddy Krueger the guy. But then you might cause a horror movie to happen in your neighborhood. That might not be a good idea.
He doesn't come out of his house very often. We without letting him know directly, let him know pretty directly that he's not welcome around here.
It would just be nice if law enforcement would quit standing down and deal with these people. I know they have to follow their orders. I get it. And they're trying to, earn a living and provide for their families too. I get that. But we've also seen that when they were sent out there to do something, it looked like the damn Keystone Cops in Minneapolis. Those guys didn't have the first idea of how to deal with a riot. So maybe some of it goes back to training, but I still think that at some point, I know sheriffs have more authority to stand up to elected officials because they're elected as well. Police chiefs, not so much because they're appointed. But it'd just be nice if law enforcement was out there doing that sort of thing and saying, no, if we're going to arrest the honest business owner for protecting his business, we're also going to arrest who's vandalizing.
Well, and a lot in non-liberal run cities, they do. Baltimore City, the mayor told the police chief when they were having their riots that the Baltimore City Police Department could not go out in the street in riot gear. You've seen the clip of all them people throwing the water bottles at the Chicago police around that Columbus statue? They didn't have their riot gear on. Why? Not because they were being sissies, it's because they were ordered not to take it. Now, I think that they should have pushed back and just not shown up for work that day. Let them have that statue. Let them have the city. I'll quit. Whatever. The cops shouldn't put up with that kind of stuff. But 90% of the time when you see the cops not doing anything, they were ordered not to do anything. They're going out there without firearms. They're going out there without riot gear and shields because they've been stripped away from those people.
Yeah, wasn't that Chicago one, the one where the police finally got out of the way and the rioters couldn't pull the statue down anyway? They kept trying and just utterly failed at it.
Yeah, but then a couple of days later, the government took it down for them.
What is the big deal with the Columbus statues? I mean, what did Christopher Columbus do?
He killed Indians on islands, don't you know?
Yeah, he started this whole America thing and Western colonization and all that kind of crap.
I mean, a little bit is, technically he was kind of a shyster to begin with. He didn't necessarily spot land. He took credit for somebody else's spotted land. There was a bunch of
if it weren't for
mishaps along the way. As we know now, we've already had explorers here prior to Christopher Columbus. He's just kind of the one that got the thing. He's the one that's taught in school. And on top of that, he gave a lot of people syphilis and all types of stuff because at that time it wasn't uncommon for people of his age to sleep with children. And that's basically what was going on with the Indians as kind of like gifts or whatever to make him comfortable. And so obviously his crew as well obviously infected a lot of people. And I'm sure everybody knows the whole story from that point in a sense. But, the guy wasn't an angel. He wasn't anybody special. Now, I don't think he justifies tearing his statue down or anything like that. I mean, it doesn't bother me. I don't know. But
if all of these travesties didn't happen in the past, none of us would be here to tear down a damn statue.
Most kids, most adults have a child's education, though. Because like Rob was saying, everybody thinks 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue and discovered, Denver. Because that's what they teach you in elementary school and maybe even in middle school. But when I was in middle school, we were learning actual history class. When I got into high school, we learned deep in the history class. Now they have neutered the education system to where they're teaching seniors in high school 1482, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
You didn't do well in elementary school history, Kingpin. It was 1492.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you said 1482.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Man, those classes were a long time ago.
And I got an East Coast education, too.
But yeah, I don't see any reason in tearing them down. Honestly, it upsets me because a lot of these are donated either by people groups, sometimes VFWs, things like that, or taxpayer money. So I see it as damaging somebody's property. So I'm not a fan of that in any way. If you want to remove them, y'all sign a petition, whatever. That's between you and your local government. But
So
I don't see the problem or how it's going to make something better. I mean, I don't know.
by the same logic, I'm standing in front of a machine right now making Ford logos. Well, Henry Ford was an anti-Semite, and he took advantage of labor. He was somewhat, I guess you could say, abusive to his employees. So because of that, should I destroy this machine making Ford logos and quit my job and stop getting a paycheck from it? Or is
And
that
he worked with the Nazis.
yeah,
Burn
whatever.
it.
Yeah. Or do I go, okay, that was in the past. That's not happening today. And just go on making Ford logos and collecting that check.
Well, and also the thing is, what a lot of people get short-sighted on is the past. Think about, okay, you're just talking about Henry Ford. When 1900 or so is when Henry Ford started doing his thing real heavy, making cars. Is that about accurate? 1900-ish?
Yeah, turn of the century in that area.
Okay, it's 2020. That's 120 years, right? Am I right?
Yeah. Give or
Okay.
take.
Cars still suck.
You're within the margin of error.
Just Chevy. But in that small, itty bitty, tiny window of time, let's take 244 years or 245, whichever America is right now. And that itty bitty, tiny stretch of human existence, which isn't even the size of a grain of sand on the planet. If you took all the sand on the planet and took one little tiny grain, 244 years, it'd be like a fraction of that grain of sand that America's been a thing. And look at what's happened. We ended slavery. We ended conquering nations. We ended sexism or whatever, like where women have to stand behind you and can't vote and can't speak. Put a man on the moon, put a motorcycle on Mars, invented the internet, gave the internet to the entire planet, basically increased the human lifespan by 4 or 5 extra decades. People weren't living to 107. Seven Wonders is out there. His grandma's like 114 years old or 107 years old or something like that. That didn't happen. All of this stuff that is possible in the world right now is solely because America is a thing. If America goes away, this whole world goes back to third world nations instantaneously. We always talk about China and Russia. Russia's doesn't matter. I can't think of the word right now, but Russia doesn't matter at all. They're not even a blip on the radar. China is almost insignificant. If China stopped existing tomorrow, the planet would reel for about 10 years. And because we'd have to figure out where to get other slaves to make our cheap labor from and all this other kind of stuff, and where to add $30 to the price.
There's plenty of slaves in prison, and there's plenty of slaves of their credit card and bank. Now it's just voluntarily.
Stop. I'm talking about slaves, not talking about this emotional thing that you're talking about.
Miss 2 payments and see what happens. See what happens with your wife.
Payments, that's the rules. That's not slavery. That's you made a bad decision in your life.
Because you had to keep up with the Joneses. So that predictive programming from the TV and J-Lo shaking her butt and the fancy cars. Gotcha.
Into this.
I missed one payment in 22 years because I was working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, and I actually forgot to pay the bill by 1 day. I called them and they said, your credit is spotless, sir, because you always pay early or on time. We're going to waive
the majority of Americans can't say the same.
That ain't me, man. That ain't me. I don't care about them.
What does that have to do with Muslims in China having their heads shaved and sent off to concentration camps? Nothing. That's what I'm talking about, not this whatever slavery to credit cards and, gotta punch a clock nonsense. I'm talking about actual effects on real human life. China stops existing, the world will continue. If America was turned off tomorrow, the world is screwed forever because we make everything possible. Our army being all over the planet is the reason that there's not war all over the planet. If America shut all of its bases down, there'd be wars everywhere. If America's economy stopped existing, who do you think's going to buy all this crap? Russians ain't buying iPhones at
Things
$1,000.
change, though. I mean, I agree it would be a big shock and everything, but I think the world would go on over time. I mean, if we can get through the ice age and everything else, I'd assume that, because a country fell, not that I want it to or have any hopes, obviously, but I'm just stating if we didn't exist as America, whoever took over would start doing what we did, whether they did the same good as job or not, but there's always somebody else that's going to take the spot under a different name.
How many people in China have $1,000 cell phones that they buy a new one every couple of years? None. Half of China's got 1 billion some people. The vast majority of them people are starving because there's a small little itty bitty tiny group of people that hold all the control, and that's exactly what would happen if any other nation in the world ran the planet except for America. They'd stomp on your neck, and who cares if you die? Who cares if you die? We got a bunch of people over here that are having more babies. They'll grow up and we'll make them slaves too. USA.
Yeah, literally in the Middle East, there are places where they still have slave markets, literal slave markets.
And North Africa, and China, and North Korea.
Everywhere but the United States. There's no other country on this planet that everybody from other parts want to come to. Nobody wants to move to China. Nobody wants to move to Russia.
There's pockets of slavery within the U.S., I would state. Maybe not anything on the scale that you guys are speaking, but definitely as far as child trafficking, sex, crimes, things like that. There's definitely people that are used against their will within this country. That's obviously
illegal.
a different scale.
Yeah, that's illegal. Donald Trump isn't running the slave camps over here. Xi Jinping is running the slave camps in China. And during the Trump administration that nobody is talking about, not even Tucker, which is really disappointing why Tucker won't cover it. Donald Trump twice now has set records for how many child molestation rings or child pedophile rings have been busted. Set a record on a basic human trafficking ring, which is adults only. So 3 records right there, 2 for minors and one for adults. Remember Roseanne? When Roseanne got canceled, what started her canceling? She put out a tweet and was talking about how many of these pedophile rings Donald Trump was busting. Not Donald Trump, but his administration. I know Donald Trump's not out there putting handcuffs on people, but he's allowing his police to go catch these people. So that's a big difference. That fat kid, I can't think of his name anymore, that's supposed to be dead in North Korea, he's in control of all those slaves. So if there's people getting raped and murdered over there, it's probably because he said so. Same with Xi Jinping, same with Vladimir Putin. Any of those African nations and Middle East nations that Rich and I were just talking about that currently, right now, today, have a slave trade. Our government's not running a slave trade, at least maybe, the underhanded CIA, if you want to go into that realm, then, we could always go into that realm. But I'm talking about our legit government. They're not slave masters. China is a legit government, and they're slave masters. And they're open about it, and they don't care. Because what are you going to do about it? We got nukes. And what are you going to do about it? Who's going to make your iPhone?
I don't know. When it comes to the prisons, some of it's a little sketchy.
Yeah, okay. There's 5. You got 5 people in prison in the entire country that are held by their will. You got hundreds of thousands of them in China.
No, I'm just talking about the, making products for Walmart, things like that. I mean, these people are making $1 or $2 a day.
They're
I
in
mean,
prison.
that's
Who cares? They shouldn't be making
comparable.
punished, not
I
with a shit ton of
understand.
money.
I understand that, but I'm just stating that is basically a slave wage.
Well, sure, sure. What about the guys that pick up trash on the street? You know, you see the inmate trucks all over the place where they're, people picking up trash off the side of the street. Those guys are prisoners. They broke the law. Now, if we want to go talk about changing the laws and not arresting people for having too many unpaid parking tickets or whatever, then we can have that conversation. But to claim that our prisons are slave plantations because they make license plates, no, come on now.
No, and they're getting paid. They're getting paid basically on a commission basis. They're also getting their room and board, their meals every day, their shower facilities, weightlifting facilities, TV.
Yeah, let's
phone,
get something
all
straight.
this other
We are
stuff
paying
paid for
them.
by the state that
Our
they're not paying
tax
a
dollars.
goddamn bill for.
Our tax dollars paid for the police to investigate, for the police to find them, for the police to arrest them, to put them in jail until they went to trial, for the court to try them and to convict them and to send them away to prison. When do we pay for the prison? The prison where they can get a college degree paid for by us. The prison where they have air conditioning, carpeting, and cable TV paid for by us. The prison where they can work out in the prison yard because they have nothing else to do and more or less get a free gym membership paid for by us. And when they get out, they give a tax break to companies that will hire these people, these returning citizens, paid for by us. And if they want, they can straighten out their lives and never go back to prison again. Or they can just keep screwing up again and again and again, and we will keep paying for it. So I don't give a damn if they make 70 cents an hour or if they make nothing. I don't care. They got what they deserve. I'm over here busting my ass at a job I can't stand, sweating my ass off in this factory. But I make enough money to pay my credit cards on time and still go to Las Vegas and go gambling. And I don't have to break the law to do it. I can do something honest. And I do it for my kids, I do it for my wife, and I do it for myself. And the people who want to have kids and don't want to be responsible for them, the people that want to say, oh, woe is me, I can't make any money because I don't want to work those sorts of jobs, I have no sympathy for them because they could be in here with me right now sweating their ass off too. We're short of labor constantly. We can't keep people because they go, F it, I'd rather live off the system. I'd rather go back to jail, whatever. Well, I'm not one of those people. And I don't like getting lumped in with that sort of thing. I don't care if they don't get paid. I think they've got it way too easy. And that's why one of the things, they don't care if they break the law and go back to prison because they had it easy there and they don't care if they go back.
Need to bring back the chain gangs. Not ashamed to say it. I mean it. They need to put these guys back on a chain gang. They, like Swip said, they have it too easy as it is.
And I'd be willing to concede, like going back to like the chain gang thing. Let's not put the guy who was behind on his taxes or the guy who, was speeding too much, or let's put actual criminals there. Let's treat criminals like criminals. If you get in your car and you drive around drunk and you get busted, and I'll make the caveat, not if you've had a beer and you blow over the limit and you're completely sober, but some stupid law put you in jail because you had one beer. I'm talking about drunk drivers. Put a ball and chain around them, give them a pick and an axe, and let them go out there and build the next road. Murderers, rapists, child molesters, kill the child molesters right away. Kill the rapists right away. Murderers and all of them, treat them like the scumbags that they are. If you're a low level, you got busted with a gram of weed or an ounce of weed at a party one weekend, then no, you don't need to be out there in the hot sun with a sledgehammer making big rocks into little rocks. But you need to go sit in jail and do your time or whatever. But there's plenty of room for compassion in criminal justice reform. But one of the problems that people never want to talk, if people want to complain about Donald Trump because of the stupid bump stock and because of his stupid tweets, but they don't want to talk about the thing that he did that was actually stupid, and that was the First Step Act. The First Step Act is a disaster. Now, they show you on news the one lady that got out, the one black lady that got out and because she had some drug charges and they gave her life in prison or whatever. Yeah, that's a good, fine story, but they don't tell you about the guy that they let out and murdered somebody 15 minutes later. Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump being in charge of prison reform was a huge mistake. But nobody wants to talk about that because he sent out a tweet that was mean to a bunch of people who call him a racist every day for the past 3 years. Who cares if he's mean to those people?
Yeah, your point, Kingpin, if I were sitting in the White House and that bill came across my desk, it's getting stamped veto. I wouldn't have signed it.
We do need prison reform. I don't have a problem with for-profit prisons as long as there's oversight, because there's tons of abuse in a for-profit prison, which we could talk about for hours. But there's different prison reform than just, hey, let's grab a lottery basket, throw a bunch of names in there and spin it around, and the first one we pull out. No different than the immigration lottery. Yeah, there's been some people that won the immigration lottery. Somebody was talking, I think maybe Bald and Curious might have been talking about it last weekend, where I think his wife might have been a lottery winner. And she's a productive member of society. She's a fantastic person. If whoever it was, I don't know if it was exactly Bald or not. But then how many Ilhan Omar's won the stupid lottery and came over here and has done nothing but trash our country since then.
By the way, when I was talking chain gangs, I was talking maximum security prison. If you're in a maximum security prison, you're the lowest of the low. You get put on a chain gang. I don't give a damn what your crime was. So.
What if Kingpin was a president and some foolish servant bring him a side of mayonnaise? Does that qualify as a chain gang?
No. See, when I become president, I got a crown on my head. See, I'm banning executive order right away. Anything made with mayonnaise is banned instantaneously. And anybody
recall
is getting shipped to North Korea.
All right, true colors are coming out.
I would be a tyrant. Please stay electing officials, because if we go all boogaloo, I am going to be a tyrant.
I've already come up with the idea of turning Guam into a prison. We can turn Guam into the new Australia.
Just put all the prisoners on one side. When the island flips over, and you got a whole fresh island, and all the prisoners drown.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, I don't know if he'd make it in. I mean, I kind of got a feeling there's probably 200-300 Burger King employees that are signing paperwork right now.
They're applying for propaganda minister for sure.
See what you're getting, Rob, is they're not filling out the paperwork you think they are. They're applying for cabinet positions.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of positions in that cabinet.
Each of those napkins had a resume written on it.
And to go along with prison reform or law enforcement reform or our judicial system, which needs some reform, and it needs to be some stuff that is not just controlled by one person or a small committee of people. It needs to be something that has some substance behind it, some experience, some evidence. We need to have situations where people got a raw deal be included in the decision-making process, as well as figuring out why the repeat offender. I mean, we know why the repeat offenders keep repeating, but there are people in this world who get a raw deal, and it's unfortunate. And then
that's the first reasonable thing you said all night.
But there are people that put themselves in that position, like that idiot who got shot by the cops. Okay, because her boyfriend was a drug dealer. What did she expect? And don't tell me she didn't know he was a drug dealer. If you go, it's just like, when Kingpin was saying something about rioters months ago, if they weren't there, this wouldn't have happened. They knew there was going to be violence down there, and they went down there to be part of the shit show. And then they got what they asked for. If I had a friend who was constantly buying stolen cars because he didn't want to, pay for a real car, didn't want to get a real job and pay for a real car, or he was a car thief, and he said, hey, let's go somewhere. I'm not riding in the car with him. Okay, I'll take my car, you take your car, and I'm going to park over here. I don't want to have nothing to do. If I know, and that's just, there are people that know that their friend, their coworker, their family member, their loved one is a criminal, and they make excuses for them, and they harbor them, and they encourage them. They encourage them by not discouraging them. They encourage them by not saying, turn your life around, or don't come into my house. Don't bring that shit into my house. Don't come around here. Don't talk to my son. Don't talk to your cousin. Don't talk to, no, they don't do that. They, instead they blame the police and they blame the judge and they blame the jails. They blame everybody but that scumbag who committed the crime. But there's also the people that associate with them who aren't criminals, that have no criminal record, but they get caught in the crossfire. You knew this person was a criminal and you still drove in the car with them. You still went to their house. You still associate with them. You still dated them. Are you a fucking idiot? You get what you deserve.
Breonna Taylor was a drug dealer. She was not an innocent victim. She was a drug dealer. They had a warrant for her. They had a warrant for her house. The reason that they had a warrant for her house is because her boyfriend was a trap house runner. He sold drugs. He was a big drug dealer. They showed him plenty of surveillance of him coming to her house, hanging out for 15, 20 minutes and leaving with a package, and then going directly to the trap house over and over and over again. Did Breonna Taylor need to die? No, she did not. But she was not laying there, was sucking her thumb with her little teddy bear. And then the mean old nasty cops just walked into her bedroom and started shooting her while she was asleep. They went into her house with a no-knock warrant for a reason. No-knock warrants aren't as prolific as people think they are. Yes, they happen. Yes, they're necessary. Do they always work out great? No, they don't. Most of the time they do. They went into the guy's house, the main person under suspicion, the actual guy that was running the whole thing. They did not have a no-knock warrant for his house. When they went to his house, they banged on his door and took him to jail without incident. They went in Breonna Taylor's house. The dude that she was living with started shooting at the cops. Now, if Rob, you said that you have been, I don't know if anybody else has. If you've ever been in a house that's been raided, especially a no-knock warrant, there's no mistaking that there's cops in your house. So the whole story of, oh, he was asleep and he woke up and he heard noise is bullcrap, because they're screaming, LAPD, NYPD, Baltimore PD, state police, blah, 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 and they got flashlights in your face, and there's 50 of them. So the whole thing about Breonna Taylor, people who don't know what they're talking about should just be quiet about Breonna Taylor. Once again, does it suck that she got killed? Yeah, it sucks that she got killed. I'd have rather her spent her time in jail, served her debt to society, but she was not an innocent person by any stretch of the imagination.
Now, if somebody who was in her life, her mom, her sister, her best friend, had said, you need to get off what you're doing. You need to go work a legitimate job. You don't even do this on the side. Quit hanging around this guy because he's trouble. Quit doing this because it's trouble. And maybe somebody did and she just didn't listen. But for these same people to paint her as a martyr, to paint her as a saint afterward, is BS. Now, there is something about these no-knock warrants. Tell me exactly why they couldn't just set outside the house until she came outside and then take her down right in the front yard. Oh, that might take 24 hours. Big deal. If they had done that with David Koresh, they wouldn't have burned down that building full of all those idiots. Not that I really care about them. I'm not one of these people that says, we need to revolt because they burned down the Branch Davidians or whatever the hell they're called. But they had 100 chances to take him down out in town and never did. So there's part of me that says no-knock warrants, maybe we don't need them, or maybe there's alternatives. But on the flip side is these people that have these warrants against them, these people that get arrested, whether they're taken down in broad daylight in public or whether they have their house, their door kicked in, or if they're just associating with somebody. This is what happens when you do that. Just live an honest, decent life. Pay your bills, pay your taxes, raise your kids, do your thing. Stay out of trouble. Stay away from trouble. If you know somebody's trouble, stay the hell away from them. It's as simple as that. I mean, I just don't understand. Where's the common sense?
Oh, well, look at what happened in Austin this past weekend, where that guy with the rifle pointed it at the car, and some people were actually it said that he was trying to open the car door, and the guy in the car shot him. They're making the guy that's trying to get into his car with pointing the rifle at him seem like he's the victim.
There are reports. I haven't been able to confirm it because I haven't actually went and watched a bunch of videos. I just heard throughout today on a bunch of different videos that people have made, so take it as a grain of salt because I'm watching a video of somebody else's video and blah blah blah. But some reports say that the guy with the AK even fired into the vehicle before the guy opened fire on him. I can't confirm that in any way, shape, or form. It's just what I've heard.
Yeah, it's unconfirmed. There have been unconfirmed reports of that happening. Nobody knows for sure. All anybody knows for sure is this guy pointed the rifle at the car. Next thing anybody knew, that guy with the AK was getting shot for being a dumbass pointing the rifle at the guy in the car.
What you get?
Are you gonna have to roll, Rob, or are you gonna stick with?
I'm not sure. I'm trying, but I plugged my phone in a minute ago, and I'm already down to 1% for some reason. So
Well, if you
probably
happen
gonna cut out.
If you happen to fall out without letting us know, man, you have a good night, and thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
Same for everybody else. Thanks for having me and all that. I will attempt to stick around, but we'll see what happens. This cheap Galaxy A10 or whatever doesn't seem to like to charge when you're on a live show, or AE, whatever it is. Cheap one.
What time is it? Yeah, we've been at this for almost 3 hours now. Let's notice how long it said that this. Looked at the counter.
Cock is a serious topic.
Clover's out in the chat, and he wrote, no-knock warrants are a problem because of judges that just bend to the whim of law enforcement or the prosecutor. I added that part. Instead of actually being a check, in quotes he wrote, like they should be, that applies to the law appropriately. That's one of the things that I'm open and willing and definitely interested in having a conversation about is the validity of how you get a no-knock warrant. I think they should be extremely rare. They're not that commonplace, first off, but they should be even less commonplace because, like Culver said, there's a whole bunch of room for corruption and then mistakes. I mean, we've all heard the story about little old granny has her door, kicked in and SWAT teams swinging through her window, and it's the wrong house. Those kind of things they happen. So a no-knock warrant has its place, but I think they should be very rare.
So I know a couple times that's happened personally, not to me, but that I live, can see next door, and people that I've heard from where it was a total wrong place that they busted into. So
Anthony, remember swatting? Anthony Brian Logan on YouTube was swatted live on air. So those kind of things happen. People make false accusations. I mean, there's all kinds of room for mistakes. So that's why I think they should be like hen's teeth. Like they should rarely happen.
In Detroit a couple of years ago, they had a no-knock, and one cop came in through the bay window and had his finger on the trigger of his sidearm and ND'd right into the couch he was climbing over as he crashed through the glass window and shot and killed a toddler. The house was full of people, different families living in the house. They were there for one person, and there were all these other people in the house. Their intelligence told them that this one person was in the house, nobody else. Where the hell did they get that intelligence from? You telling me they had surveillance on this house and they didn't see people coming and going? Now, on one side, the people that were in the house knew that that person was wanted, and they stayed in that house anyhow. On the other side, the cops maybe should have got better intelligence, or this guy should have better trigger discipline, or something else like that. Both sides I could see being wrong. I would rather see the angry family members protest the process. Say, we're not against the police. They shouldn't have been in that house to begin with. On the other hand, this kid shouldn't be dead because a cop is a moron. But why are you doing a no-knock warrant when, once again, you could just sit outside the house, and when the person comes outside, take them right down in their yard. Take them down when they go down to the store, when they go wherever they go, because they're not going to just stay in the house for a year straight. They're not going to do it. So there's no excuse for either side. Both sides are equally wrong. Both sides are equally taking unnecessary risks. And when I see these angry families say F the police and want to...
Is there any children in the house, Chris?
Yeah.
just out of curiosity, because in that situation, you know, kids don't really have a choice in the matter sometimes.
The parents of the
So for
children
a kid
are
to
guilty
get
of.
shot, true, that's the parents, but not the child. So
You're
yeah,
not
I'm
following
just
what I'm saying.
pointing
You're not
that out in
following
a
what I'm
sense,
saying.
and it would be wiser, like you're saying, to get them as they're exiting, leaving, going to the store or something like that. I think anything where
It should
risk
be.
of bystander life or anything like that isn't the case. It should be
But
absolute.
instead of rioting and burning down the city and saying F the police, why aren't they petitioning to get rid of no-knock warrants? You see what I mean? One thing doesn't do anything to stop this from ever happening to somebody again. All it does is make more criminals out of more and more people. But they don't have the common sense to go, the cops weren't violating the law because this is legal for them to do. Okay? On the other hand, why did the cops need to do this? Did they? On the other hand, why were these people in the house? They don't even live there. They were just staying there. And if they knew that this person was wanted, why would they stay in this person's house knowing that at any moment there could be a no-knock warrant or a drive-by shooting?
They're probably family members hoping to get the big screen TV and all the goods after the guy gets arrested.
And that's not society's problem. That's on them. And if their children die, that's on them. Well, no, but I'm saying, but that's on them. So I can see both sides being wrong. And it's not productive to go out there and start throwing a fit over the, wanting these officers fired and the police suit and all that. Why don't you go out and protest to get rid of no-knock warrants? Oh, because that would make too much sense. That would stop this from ever happening again. I don't want that. I want my money, and I want somebody else's life to be ruined. Okay, that's really, and then people wonder why we can't ever resolve issues. They wonder why we can't ever seem to get along.
That's another thing that makes America better than every other place. If you don't like the system, you can change it. It may be difficult to change because you don't want it changing every 5 minutes, but it can be changed. Squibb me and him have had this conversation since the very beginning of me getting on YouTube. I'm naive. I'm a dreamer. I'm a believer. I believe that we can have a corruption-free government. Well, not totally corrupt-free, but I believe we can have a better government. I believe we can have friendship and honor and love and all these kinds of things. But I also am very aware of the fact that that's not where we're at right now. And Squibb always reminds me, hey man, I understand where you're coming from. You want to see that there, but this is where we are now. So just because it should be this way doesn't mean it is this way. Sometimes you got to play that game the way it is, not the way it should be.
And it sucks that we have to, but we're buying time until we can get something better. Because you said it yourself, America deserves better. And that phrase alone got me to start thinking and to see things from your point of view and to see that your point is valid as well. And we should strive to get to where you want to get to. But for right now, we have to deal with where we're at, which sucks. But if we give up or we don't start seeing what doesn't work and start seeing what does, nothing will change.
I don't know, that kumbaya stuff, that's never going to work, I don't think. As humans,
no, I'm not calling for that bullshit.
We're
tribalist
by nature. I mean, it's just, it's a fact of life, whether people want to accept it or not. People see people as different. The issue is how you react towards it. I think there's always going to be, I don't know, football fans that are going to disagree. You know what I mean? There's always going to be disagreements in life. It's just being able to deal with it civilly and maturely, I think, is the issue. If somebody doesn't want to bake your cake, go to a different place. If somebody doesn't want to serve me, I don't want to give them my money anyway. I don't know. I think people should just be more adult about stuff, and we wouldn't have half these issues. So obviously everybody of one color isn't the prick that was beating his wife across the street from your house. So everybody that looks like that guy isn't that guy. We should all know this.
I see that everything has changed to irrational emotions. And it seems like the youth and the media and everybody, so they make us think in this country, it's like all of a sudden they can't take their feelings getting hurt. I mean, if it hurts their feelings, then your rights or your opinion be damned. You know, it's always about somebody's feelings over their gender, their color, their income, whatever, their side of red or blue, whatever. Everybody just seems to get butt hurt nowadays, and that's like the most terrible thing. I mean, we should riot in the streets, we should go crazy, we should blame everybody else for their hard life. You know, it's like when we was kids, you know, like you got to be tough. You know what I mean?
Whatever
Sticks and
happened to sticks and stones?
Yeah. I mean,
you got
you
it,
know,
man.
nowadays, you know, you don't even have humor. You don't even have humor anymore in this country because you can't say something funny without offending somebody.
Yeah, Mel Brooks has personally stated multiple times that he could never make Blazing Saddles today because somebody would be out protesting outside his house.
Oh, yeah, hell no. Hundreds of movies they couldn't make anymore because people would go nuts.
You know
But
what? Mel
look at
Brooks
this.
also-
Look
Go
at
ahead,
this
Squiddy.
show. Look at this conversation. We're able to come in here with different points of view, different opinions, different experiences, different this. We're not getting along on everything. And we're doing just fine. And we're all going to be friends tomorrow. Now, I'm not saying everybody has to get along. Everybody has to agree. There can never be any fighting. There can never be. But here we are, just a small slice, and everything's going to be just fine. And we're going to walk away from this, and we're not going to change our minds or anything else like that. Maybe we understand each other a little bit better. Maybe we can work together a little bit better. But it's not kumbaya. I wanted to throw up in my mouth. But I mean, if we can do it, then I just don't understand why more people more often could do it. I'm not saying all the people all the time. I'm just saying more people more often.
Well, to first point, somebody was doing an interview with Mel Brooks a couple of years back, and they mentioned the fact that, hey, you couldn't make Blazing Saddles nowadays. And his answer was, I couldn't make it back then either. So you can make a Blazing Saddles these days. There's an audience out there for it. The reason that all these movies, Marvel movies, suck is because they're social justicing them up so much. That's why people don't want to watch them, and all this crap, and all the other nastiness that you find out about Hollywood. But Mel Brooks said you couldn't make that movie then either. And what Jason was talking about emotion, one of the things that we got to remember is we're just as emotional as the left. We like to think that we're not, and we like to always say, well, the left uses emotion, we use logic. We use just as much as emotion. I talked about it the other day, William Barr. William Barr was up for nomination, and everybody in the gun community started flipping out because he hates guns. And I concede, the guy is no fan of the Second Amendment. He's bad news for the Second Amendment. But look at everything else that he's accomplished and the things that could possibly be accomplished by him being there. So we got all emotional and said, no, he won't take our guns away, and screamed and cried like little kids over something dumb.
I think it's both sides. It's people in general, society.
That's what I'm saying. But we don't think it's us. We don't think we're emotional. We think that we're this rock solid logic and facts and truth and when we're just as emotional as the left. The only thing is we don't go out in the streets and scream and cry and throw little temper tantrums like they do.
My point with Mel Brooks is this is what he said after the Black Lives Matter first started, that if he made that movie today, he would have people violently protesting on his front lawn, which is why he said he couldn't make it today. Not because he couldn't make it back then or today, making a joke about it because of the way the political climate was back then. But back then, his point was he didn't have to worry about somebody literally trying to burn his house down, which you may have to today.
Yeah, Clover has got a message for you, Rich, and it's very serious. He said, okay, Jason Stewart has just hurt my feelings, and now we need to cancel this podcast. So, Rich, reach over there and hit the X.
I don't think that's going to happen. This is not a politically correct show, if you haven't figured that out by now.
It's just comedy, man. Just like Blazing Saddles. Relax.
It's all that everybody gets a trophy crap. Everybody expects always to be happy, and
Yeah.
everything's supposed to be handed to you. And if you screw up, don't worry, because mom and dad will fix it for you. If you want to come to work late, that's fine. The boss doesn't care. We know how things are. We've all become a bunch of pussies as a society. Sorry. Same thing with kids earning a living. Like, you just hand shit to them nowadays, most people. Just like we're talking about with the rich person that didn't leave their kids any money. Good. Kids should know what money, the value of money is. You don't just hand money to people. You make them earn it. I don't know. People have just gotten too damn soft. They don't accept responsibility. They don't bail themselves out. There's always somebody, and if there's not, it's the government that's going to pay your way, and so you can go get high and party and continue to be a dumbass. People are just soft.
Imagine, like Rob was just talking about people being soft. When you start reacting to something, imagine your granddad standing there next to you and listening to you, and how much of a punk he would think you were. Even go back. I mean, some of us are old enough. Our fathers grew up a lot harder than us and a lot tougher than us. Our grandparents definitely did. And if you want to go back even further, if you brought your great grandparents around, your great grandparents would probably kick your butt in the middle of the street.
Yeah, when I was a kid, if we did something on public and we were with our grandfather, it wasn't unheard of for us to get smacked upside the head. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you?
It's that whole thing, I want to give better than what I had. But what they're forgetting is a responsibility, values, and education that comes with it. I think we all want to leave our kids in a better place, but obviously that's, mentally as well.
I know somebody who raised their kids that way, and they always talked about that. They want to give their kids a life that they didn't get from their parents. And I get that, because their parents said the same thing. Parents have always said that I want to give my children a better life than I have. But they did it out of that goal for more, that they set that goal out there to have an easier, better, more comfortable life, less stress, less hard work, and less abuse on the body. Our generations, our brothers and sisters and cousins, and we're all roughly the same age, a lot of them did it out of spite, because they didn't get the participation trophies. Participation trophies came from us. Let's be real about that. We brought.
They ain't come from me.
But our generation did that. When we were in Little League, or in the play day at school, or wherever, there was a first, second, and third place. There was a first, second, and third place. When we started having kids, participation trophies showed up. So all of this stuff that's going on, this is our fault. We allowed all this to happen, because we sat back in the ease of Zion and decided this is the life and nothing's going to change and it'll never happen here. And, oh, this is the best it's ever been. And easy. Teachers talk about it all the time. Can't read cursive.
Are for winners.
You can't read cursive anymore. Why? Because they don't teach cursive anymore. Why? Because it was too hard for the kids.
Yeah, my kids came home from Little League or T-ball with participation trophies. I looked them dead in the face and said, "That trophy doesn't mean a goddamn thing. You didn't do anything to earn that."
Yeah.
My wife just looked at me. She thought I thought she was going to fall over.
The participation trophies came from that one kid that wanted to do sports but wasn't athletic at all, and went home and cried, and mommy went and threw a fit, and maybe she got a lawyer because she had money, or maybe she did this or that or whatever, and it just caught on, and it's like, oh boy, we all better do this. And the kid at school with some of that stuff, that the school's going, we're not going to teach cursive anymore because it's irrelevant or too difficult. That's because you had the one dumbass kid that kept failing. Once again, you had the one mommy that threatened the school, through the school. And a lot of that comes from, really, honestly, in my opinion, single moms trying to be their kid's friend not be their moms. And,
Amen, Squib.
somebody can say whatever they want, but, I don't agree with the guys that walked out on their families, but I also don't support the women who were dumb enough to spread their legs for them.
It's not just that in a sense. I mean, parents have a bias. They really do. It's like everybody thinks their kid's cute. Every kid isn't cute. People are polite, but every kid's not cute. Every kid's not a genius. Every kid's not going to be the next football star. But you try to tell a parent realistically, like a teacher, try to explain to a parent that they're falling behind. Of course, the parent deflects to the teacher. Makes no difference if the kid spends half the time chewing paint or playing on his phone. It falls back to responsibility. Kids are just little people, and everybody's a little different. None of us are perfect.
I had that happen too. I used to coach Little League soccer and Little League basketball. And one of the things that I would do is when I would notice the kid that just didn't care, I'd get them off to the side and I'd be like, "Do you really want to do this?" And they'd be like, "No, my parents are making me do it because they want me to get exercise. There's better places for your kids to get exercise than team sports." But we were in I think it was the 12 and 13-year-old girls soccer, well, co-ed soccer anyway. And a new girl came on our team because she couldn't stay on the other team for practice reasons or whatever. They practiced on the wrong night for her school. And she wanted to be our goaltender. And I looked her right in the face and said, "You're never going to goaltend on this team," because we had two people who worked their butts off and were good goaltenders. She ran and told her mom. And her sister was already on our team. And her sister was like glued to my hip. This kid was awesome. We had a great time. She was a great player. She worked her butt off, had a great attitude. And even the sister that joined the team was a really nice little kid, but she wanted to be goalie. And I told her no. And she ran and got her mother. We had a basketball team the last year. We coached rec basketball for, the participation trophy basketball. We had a really great team put together. We dusted everybody. And my brother and I were like, "Hey, look, we got this other league that's a real league with real teams and real scores and real trophies." And they were like, yeah, we want to do that. And I told them at the end of the season, I said, "Do this. If you really want to join this other league, when you get that participation trophy at the end of the season, throw it in the trash." Some of the parents came up to me and asked me why or whatever, and I explained to them. I said, "Because when we go to this other league, they're going to find out that participation trophy is a joke." Our first game, we lost 109 or 110 to like 9. They had a girl on their team that put up 45 points against this, and our team was good. Like in rec basketball, we were dusting everybody. But when it came down to being in a league that actually mattered, our first game, we got destroyed. And it ruined the kids. Not my nephew and like 2 of the other kids were like, "Hey, forget it. This is basketball. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Let's get out there and try it again." The rest of the team collapsed. Half of them stopped showing up. And it was like pulling teeth to get them to show up for games. Every single game we got wrecked because these kids in this real league wanted to play and wanted to win and had that hunger to win. I'm telling you, if you could have seen this girl that was on the team we played the first time, she moved with a basketball like a ballerina across the dance floor. It was embarrassing. We had her double covered. We had her triple covered. We didn't cover her at all. And everything we did, she picked it apart the first time. When we put double coverage on her, boom, dusted them. When we put triple coverage on her, boom, dusted them. When she didn't feel like scoring, she made some crazy pass to some other dude who shot a 3-point. I mean, it was a team that ended up winning the trophy that year. And we ended up playing. So it was just happenstance that we played them first. But it was good that we played them first because our kids got an idea of what the real world was like. Because in the rec league, there's a blowout rule. If you score too many points, you got to take the good kids off the field. You got to take the good kids off the basketball court and put them on the bench. So it's fair and fun. You can't tell. This one kid, this one kid was a big kid, and every once in a while he could shoot a three. In practice, like goofing around, he would always shoot threes. So we were like, okay, every once in a while, if you've really got an open shot, go ahead and take it. He dribbled down the court in three and missed. Dribbled down the court three and missed. He did it about 6 times in one game, and I screamed. I said, if you do that again, you're sitting on the bench. His mom went absolutely crazy. Even the ref came up to me and was like, you can't say that. And I was like, why not? I'm the coach. Get out of my face. And then that, like I said, that was the second to last year that we coached rec league, because it was fun when the kids were little. But when the kids started getting bigger and started getting better at the sport, whether it was soccer or basketball, and they wanted to win, rec league's not the place you put a kid that wants to win.
My older son did Parks and Rec baseball. My younger son did flag football. This is what I noticed, what was similar between the two, other than the participation trophy. It was that the coaches were all dads of kids that sucked ball. And the kids that were good at playing didn't get to go up to bat. They were always last in the batting order. Or the kids that were really good at football weren't out on the field enough, scoring enough. Instead, and what sucked is when the parent had 2 kids on the team, twins or a year apart or something like that. And they're almost always, the parent who was the volunteer coach, their kids were always on the team, and almost always their kids were the worst players, and they'd always cost the team the damn game. And no matter what you'd say about, hey, coach, why don't you rotate my kid in? My kid's better than yours. Don't say that to them. They'll lose their shit. And your kid will not play.
Parent bias.
Not play that whole day. You might go, well, Squib, why didn't you coach? Because I don't know the first fucking thing about football or baseball, okay? So the guys who knew it, the guys who played football or baseball in high school were the coaches, but they had the kids that were dragging down the rest of the team. And I got so sick of, like, the one kid would always be at the beginning of the batting order. And I'm like, we're supposed to rotate the batting order. Why does my kid keep getting? Then my kid would go up there and he'd knock it out of the damn field. And I'd be like, yeah, why don't you put my kid up first instead of putting your stupid ass kid? But no, it wouldn't happen. And the same thing with flag football. We'd be ahead, and yeah, they do that stupid thing where they take one kid out and we'd still be ahead. But then you'd have the one kid that don't want to be there, but dad's a coach. And the kid would be throwing a fit, and dad would shove him out there to play at the end, and suddenly our lead would get extinguished, and we were worried about losing the game, or we'd win by 1 or whatever. It's just stupid stuff. So that's how you get your dumbass kid on the team and out and getting time on the field, is you volunteer to be a coach.
Yeah, I think that same line of thinking goes as far as discipline as well. You don't teach your kids give them an idea of what's going to happen in the real world. What are you honestly preparing for? The world you wish they lived in? Judges don't care what your excuse is. Bosses don't care that you're late. Real bosses. Excuses don't work in the real world.
Surely don't.
I've tried to teach my kids reality. The whole we want to give our kids everything we didn't have, that is absolutely true. But I do what worked on me, and I don't do what never worked on me. And I think I've done an okay job. And I understand that there's a lot of people out there that are disappointed in the way people parent their kids today. And a lot of people say kids are soft. And I do agree, they are soft. Even my kids aren't as tough as I'd like them to be, but they're tougher than somebody else's kids, because I don't do some of these stereotypical things. But it's very difficult in this world when the school system's against you, when the family courts are against you, when society is against you on how you raise your kids. Used to be back in the day, you could raise your kids whatever way you wanted. Now, you got to watch your back, and it totally sucks. Because if you want to raise your kids with values and you want to raise your kids with good work ethics and stuff like that, you're fighting an uphill battle. It's not your kids you're fighting, it's everybody else you're fighting.
System,
because their kids
being
are
moral isn't always an easy battle.
Well, their kids are the ones that can't play sports worth a damn, but dad's got to be the coach in order to get them on the field. Or they're the ones that started the fight, but both kids get suspended from school. That was never the case when I went to school. there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on that I don't agree with, and there's not a damn thing I can do to change it. Yes, we can change our society, but there's no quick way to change some of these things. By the time my kid gets out of school, maybe something will change,
When my kids started playing soccer, they were playing in a real league. They didn't get participation trophies anymore, like they did with t-ball. The first year, when all three of them were on the same team, they won third place, and they each got a bronze medal for third place in the league. Then 2 years later, my son was in when it kept playing, and they won first place trophy for the league they played in. And I told him those ones actually mean something because he actually earned it. Whereas they put up the stupid participation trophies because my wife had to keep them. I'm like, they mean nothing because you did nothing to earn this. Going out and playing against the rest of your team, because that's what they did with t-ball. They didn't even play competitively like they did when I was a kid. We played t-ball. We were out there against other teams playing. They were just goofing around. It wasn't even really organized at all, and it was god awful. I told my wife we're not sending them back to that t-ball league again. But
I think this was part of the agenda. I think they've been softening up our public for years. Everybody gets a trophy. Next thing you know, everybody gets a check.
Only since Bill Clinton took over.
What does it teach your kids when your kid is walking down the hall in high school and somebody comes up and sucker punches him and he turns around and defends himself, and they both get hauled away to the principal's office and they both get suspended for 10 days? They refuse to let me talk to the other parents so we can just work this out and have our kids back to school the next day and just have the kids work this thing out. And any attempt to do anything is going to make it worse on the kids. You want an expulsion? No, I don't want an expulsion. If I want to sue the school district, I couldn't get a lawyer to get the paperwork into the court to start the process and have, before my kids back to school in 10 days. And even if I did sue, all it's going to do is cause the taxpayers to pay the bill. And even if I could sue to get the principal and the administrator fired, they're just going to get a severance check, and then they're going to have to pay money to headhunt to find a new principal and a new administrator, once again costing the taxpayers money. And all it did was teach the kids, if you start the fight, you're going to get the same punishment as the person who defends himself. What sort of lesson is that in life? We didn't have that bullshit when I was in school.
No, you think that's bad. We had a principal at my kid's school who tried instituting a policy that if you retaliated, you got a worse punishment.
In that case, if you're going to get in trouble anyway, you might as well make it count.
Yeah, that didn't go over well with the parents, and she changed her mind on that one. But yeah, you were going to get punished twice as hard for retaliating and defending yourself against the person that instigated it. What kind of nonsense is that?
That's the new normal.
You know, man,
to you by everybody gets a trophy.
When I went to school, I've actually had my ass kicked by teachers. Like real closed fist punch, try to knock your teeth out. And we weren't out to sue nobody. And from those
You're supposed to be looking under her dress.
I learned to keep my fucking mouth shut and act responsible and not be mouthy to grown-ups. So, it learned my lesson.
That's what a lot of people don't have is a reality check. When you think you can get away with anything, that's the problem with a lot of kids. They have their parents, so they feel against the wall because they'll just go tell the school. They'll just go tell CPS, this and that. I don't know why the parents are like, well, fine, you little bastard. You want to go ahead and do that? Go ahead. See what the system's like. Go see if that's going to do any better for you. I don't understand. It's not illegal to discipline your kids. So, yeah, you might catch some heat for it, but, yeah.
But
it's kind of your job.
How is my teenage son supposed to respect me when I say, son, don't you ever start a fight, but you damn well better finish it. Always stand up for yourself, but do not be a bully. And he's not a bully, but he defends himself. And I said, don't worry, son, I'm going to handle this. And I go down to the school and I have no recourse. because anything I do, they will punish my child more. I'm paying their salary, but they will punish my child more. And then I got to come home and tell him, sorry, the system fucked us over. And he's supposed to, look me in the eye and
schools, man, private school, homeschool. I mean, you're only defeated when you let yourself be defeated. You don't have to take part in the system.
I tell you what, I'll put my kid in private school when you get a credit card.
No, it sounds like a challenge.
Your kids' well-being should be worth more than me having a credit card.
We got a challenge here. It's an official challenge.
All right.
To get a credit card, and Squib will put his kid in private school.
And
it's a legit challenge.
And we'll have a drinking chat to take donations for a private school.
No, I didn't say all that now.
I was gonna think
you can drive a shiny new truck. You can pay that $2-3 grand a month tuition there.
Yeah, brand new pickup truck don't cost no $2-3 grand a month.
I'm just saying, it's priorities, man. Starbucks, iPhones, they all add up.
Does anybody in here even drink Starbucks? Can we
Vegas trips.
Never had
lottery
a Starbucks
tickets
in my life.
Hey, Rob, fuck you.
Oh, man.
I can say that because we're friends.
Never.
I was just calling my lawyer. Damn it. I'll stop.
Never argue with anybody you're not friends with.
Oh yeah, Rob. You got a lawyer on retainer just to take your calls anytime at night.
Oh yeah. He's the biggest ambulance chaser in town. Last time I worked with him, he didn't even show up to court. Great guy.
Yeah, that's worse than playing lottery. The thing, it'd be cool if you could take if Squib decided to pull his kids out of school and put them in private school or charter or homeschool, but he's still going to pay taxes on those schools.
He is, but when you think about things, who gets the good jobs? Where do the CEO of 500 company or the Fortune 500 company managers' kids go to school? They don't go to private school.
I worked with
your government employees and stuff. They don't go to private school.
I worked with auto
look
executives.
into it.
I worked with
and then
lots
look
of
at the
auto
graduation rates, the opportunities. You're actually shooting yourself in the foot having your kid in a public school. And I realize some aren't as bad as others, but in a sense, it's still depreciating them. Just the natural levels of education and growth is a total different scale when you look at private to public school.
I've worked with lots of auto executives making 6 figures. They went to public school and they got student loans to pay for their college. Anybody can do it. My thing is, I went to public school. I even went to private school for a while, for a short time. I got to see what it was like. And yeah, the curriculum's better, blah, blah, blah. But whether I had the money or not, I want my kids to go to public school. The thing is, public school, I pay their fucking salary. They shouldn't be dictating to me that my kid has to wear a mask or that my kid can't fight.
They are.
Yeah.
And they're telling you your kid's going to get smacked and deal with it.
Yep. But no matter how much I spend on other stuff, nothing's going to change with the public school. And sure, I could put them in private school, but that's not what I want. And it does suck that I still have to pay taxes for public school, whether I use it or not. I don't get a tax credit if I homeschool. And I've noticed that people that homeschool, a lot of them have a situation where they've got one parent that works and pays all the bills, and the other one homeschools. Those people usually, it's a lot of kids. I don't have a lot of kids in my house. And if I ask my kid, do you want to wear a uniform and go to school and have to do this and do this? He ain't going to want to do that bullshit.
Well, there's all different private schools, and most of them only care about your money. Whether they're religious or what, they don't. As long as you got the money, they don't tend to care. You will get a discount if you attend church at some of these places if you're willing to do something like that. But it's mainly about money, is what it falls down to. But besides that, there's lots of different ways to homeschool where there's, your kid can be taking college classes from home and basically double what they do in a day in almost half the time. But it all depends on your kid, their motivation, and what you actually sign them up for. But different states have different regulations, different rules that have to apply. And there is some crazies out there that just consider no schooling. Like, the stuff you're supposed to teach your kid anyway, like how to do a budget, how to grocery shop, they can just consider that school. Like, I don't. I think that's crap and leaving your kid in the dark. But, you can tailor it to your child. They can still kind of pick what they're looking for. There is groups, there's live classes, there's all types of things.
Yeah, I know. I looked
in a
into
lot of
this
cases
years
for
ago.
free or cheaper than the private school where they may have to actually attend.
Yeah, I looked into this years ago. I actually considered sending my kids to military school in Texas. $30,000 a year.
You son of a bitch. Now that's crossing the line.
Rob's got to get a credit card now.
The number one thing to make public schools better, get the government out of the schools.
Amen.
And you can go back and look. The Department of Education was founded in like 1980, 1979, 78, somewhere in those general area right there, like the beginning of the 80s, late 70s. And if you look, you can gradually see the education, where they compare American education to Japanese education to France education. And you can see where instead of being the number one educated country in the world, we're slipping. Because the government runs our schools. As long as the government runs our schools, your great-granddad and your granddad got a great education and didn't have to go to college, and like Squibby said, ended up being a Fortune 500, CEO of this major company with a basic high school education, because a basic high school education gave you an education. Nowadays, schools are basically indoctrination centers and giant babysitting places.
Yes. And on top of that, another example is, at least in my state, private schools don't do Common Core. They never did. Because they're private, they don't have to top through the government hoops in a sense. So, your kids, drawing circles and assigning values, slowing themselves down, going back a grade. These kids are popping ahead, and that's why they end up being the boss. And your kids, can I help you? Not your kid, but on average, what I mean? Public schools, at least in the urban areas. My high school, it's less than 30% graduate. It's so again, it all depends where you're at and things like that. But there's better opportunities if you put your kids in better places.
Yeah, here in West Virginia, they had gotten rid of Common Core a couple of years ago, but even when it was still in place, it was on a school board by school board basis whether they wanted to participate in it, and where my kids went to school, they didn't. So my kids never felt.
There's a lot of kids that kind of got caught in between. So one year they're learning one thing, and then the next year they got to learn something else, and then a few years later it gets switched back. Well, the regular kids are getting stuck with all that bullshit. Everybody else is cruising along in private and public, or private and homeschool. Just saying, there's a lot of BS that's unnecessary.
Yeah, well, my youngest two brothers were in school. Because Squib's pointing about the uniforms, the Pittsburgh Public Schools instituted a uniform policy. You'd have thought that they were going to Catholic school when they were going to public school. They were dressed just like the Catholic school kids.
Travis P11's out in the chat. We all know he's a school teacher. And when you think about when we were in school, the first day of school, we all went in and did the orientation or whatever. And then our teacher gave us a little piece of paper that said, this is what you're going to need for the school year. You needed a 3-ring binder, a pack of pens, a pack of pencils, a ream of paper, and, some other minor thing. Now, the parents have to pay
Ziploc
for
bags, tissues.
a book bag, stuff like that. Yeah. Now the parents have to supply 90% of what, and don't hold me, and I'm being, sarcastic right now, so it might not be 90%, but a big majority of the stuff the parents have to send in. And then you got the teachers who need supplies, and the school's not going to pay for them. So the teacher's going into their pocket and buying supplies for the students. But yet, Baltimore City schools, for example, get billions of dollars every year. And for as long as I've been alive, during the summer, they close the schools because there's no air conditioning. During the winter, they close the schools because there's no heat. The vast majority of seniors can't read at an 8th grade level in all of Baltimore City schools. Now, that still counts the private schools and the Catholic schools, because a lot of those are inside Baltimore City. So when they take city schools, sometimes in certain areas they'll pull the Catholic schools out. But when it comes to this basic education, they throw them right in there. And Baltimore City schools are basically just giant daycare centers and indoctrination centers and basically training for prison centers, because the kids aren't getting educated, and all the endless stacks and stacks of cash that go into them aren't going to the schools and aren't going to the students.
Pretty much same thing in my area.
Yep, that's the
There
same
is some
thing here.
exceptions where, there is some kids that still do well and, don't stray, but, they're usually looked at as the oddballs socially that do tend to do well through school, but, there's an exception to every rule. So, the majority, I can state in my area, it just doesn't work for them. And, honestly, there's no encouragement for it to work for them.
P11 says, send your kids to rural schools. Their graduate rate is in the 90% rate and have strong vocational programs.
Pull up Dead Horse's last comment and read that one. That's an even bigger key to getting, well, maybe not bigger than getting the government out of the schools. It's a very close, first and second place. Get the government out of the schools, and what Dead Horse is talking about, be parents. Talk to your children. Find out what they're learning and what they're not learning. If you send your kid to school and then the kid comes home and throws his book bag down in the corner and you never mention school to him until you're waking them up for the bus in the morning, you're hurting your kids.
So keep in mind of the social pressure too, because in some places like my area, kids walk around 13, 14 with their ass cheeks hanging out. I mean, boobs are like literally almost popping out. And, do you want to be valued as a sex object or an individual? I think a lot of parents just kind of go with the flow on things. But I tell you, I don't know. I don't think how some people allow their kids to dress is appropriate, in my opinion. People would state, well, we should all be adults, shouldn't be an issue. But if you don't want people to look at something a certain way, it probably shouldn't be advertised a certain way. Dress your age.
Yeah, on this point, the last
That's
part
just one aspect, but there's also drugs, there's the social media, there's all the other stuff where kids kind of get dragged into things.
Yeah,
and get bullied, and then they don't look like Barbie, and Joey wants to talk to so and so, and the next thing you know, they want to cut their wrist or something stupid, and because they expect life to be a fairy tale.
Yep. This last part here where Dead Horse says, asking about the teachers and what your teacher's talking about. I didn't have to ask. My kids would go, if one of their teachers said something stupid, that was the first thing I heard when my kids walked in the front door when they got home from school.
Now look, we all picking on Travis again. We all know he's the king of the review. I mean, you're gonna be really hard pressed to find somebody that does a better product review than Travis. He knows everything about the product that he's talking about, or as much as he can, and he puts as much detail into relatively short videos as he possibly can. Imagine if he was able to take his class and teach his class the way he freely wants to. And then all the other Travis P11s that are out there that could sit down and really teach their kids what they know. You know, Travis is a Spanish expert. He could have everybody in this chat speaking Spanish by the end of the day if he had the free reins to do it. Because, and that's why I was talking about his reviews. He knows and cares and is passionate about the stuff that he does. So when he takes that into the classroom, those kids could grow. But we don't let the teachers do that. Because, like, I think Rob mentioned it before, you got Common Core.
I don't know, though, man. I'm still waiting on the tabletop review of a table. We haven't got that review yet. He promised us that like 2 years ago, and we still haven't got it. Just throwing that out there.
Well, if you watched Travis's videos, you would have seen that he did the tabletop review the last day he was at his old house.
No, I didn't see that. I missed that one somehow. I'll have to go back and look for it.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing too. His old house.
Technically, it was a countertop review.
Oh, well, then it's not the table. Come on.
How's foot in the mouth taste, Rich?
Huh?
Said, how's foot in the mouth taste?
Well, no. Kingpin just said I was correct, because Kingpin just said it was a countertop review. It wasn't a tabletop review of a table.
Well, he's done a lot of mighty fine reviews on that countertop.
Yeah, see, a countertop's not a table. See, he was supposed to do a tabletop review of the table itself, not the counter. See, I'm playing semantics here. I see how this goes.
I've always been saying words matter. You know, language and definitions matter.
Yep, definitely.
Be
the table, man. It doesn't count if it's not the table.
So, now that we pissed off all your viewers, what are we going to talk about now?
No, it's just everybody's playing word games. I see how it is. I see how you guys are now. See, I was right. He didn't do the review of the table. He did it of the counter.
Your eyes must be playing tricks on me.
This is quickly turning into a Laurel and Hardy sketch.
I took that from Harry Crumb.
Oh, no. I'm just the whole thing in general.
Laurel and Hardy. I thought that was the lawyers Rob hired.
No, that was the Three Stooges.
I think Clover said it was Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
Yeah, Acme Law Firm should have been my first one.
Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
Yeah, Cheatham and Howe. That was the Three Stooges.
Yeah, they ducked right out of the job.
I told you, Jason, you got to be careful around here. This crowd don't get jokes.
We got to.
Yeah, I know these young kids nowadays.
I'm telling you, this is starting to turn into. We're not even Laurel and Hardy at this point. We're turning into the freaking Marx Brothers. All we need is somebody to pull out a harp.
But I go back to Squibby's point earlier. We've been having passionate discussions since 8 o'clock at night is when you went live, and that fast, in a blink of an eye, we changed into yucking it up, because we're all grown adults and we all understand that we have different views and different opinions and different lifestyles and stuff like that. But we're here to share our experiences with each other and have a good time. Last night, on Budget Show, the Lunatic Rider and Clint Torres and I were kind of going back and forth about the whole no-knock warrants thing. But at the end, even with Budget, but at the end of the show, Clint was cool. Lunatic Rider was cool. We said peace to each other. We said we were having, it was a good time talking to each other. Budget on the after show was Budget. He was like, hey, we didn't even talk about it in the after show. We just went right back into talking about normal stuff because we're not deranged idiots.
You feel a pain in your neck, Kingpin?
Most of the time.
A little prick?
Yeah, I gotta cut back on that sometimes.
Well, I'm just wondering if my voodoo dolls work. Don't worry, I forgave everybody.
I prefer this format to the shows that are echo chambers. There's lots of shows out there that are echo chambers. And sometimes it's just because you put out invites and you get the same people, and some of those people are yes men. Or you put out invites for only people that will always agree with you. And when you have somebody or a few people that might disagree, you don't always send them invites. Well, then you're going to get an echo chamber, or just the format of the show. You got people that are like, oh, I don't want to say that. It'll hurt their feelings. Oh, geez, man up. So I prefer this sort of format where we're bickering or we're disagreeing or we're explaining our points or we're coming at it from different experiences or for different reasons, because it's not I'm not saying the echo chambers aren't sincere, but it just, and we're not turning it into a fight. This ain't like one of Yankee Marshall's show or something like that where we're faking the drama to get views. It's just people being people, and at the end of the day, yeah, we'll just yuck it up.
Well, that's why I always say never argue with anybody that you're not friends with. Because what's the point? If you don't like Stacy, or no, I guess I shouldn't say that. I use a different name. If you don't like Karen, why stand there and argue with her back and forth? And what point is that?
This might be irrelevant, but one thing I noticed, I don't believe anybody on this panel selling anything. So maybe that has something to do with how we can speak. But I don't know. I'm just making an observation.
Well, I can't tell you what I'm selling live on air, but if you call me later, I might be able to hook you up.
It's Squib's a coffee shill and a beer shill, so I don't know about that.
You're damn right. Where do you see my Yingling flight review? Oh, wait, you can't. I've been shadow banned.
Oh, if you're going to shill, you might as well shill for beer and coffee.
I thought it was pretty funny that your Corona beer got the whole CDC tag put on it.
Yeah. My theory, though, going to Squib's point about not being an echo chamber and stuff, I'll just sit back and let you guys go, and I'll act like a moderator if I have to step in and, pull people apart. That's mostly what I was doing tonight. I was just letting you guys go, because you were bringing up good points, good counterpoints. So I was like, shit, I'll just sit back and watch you guys go at it.
Now, as somebody who's never hosted a show, only been a panelist, that's an interesting perspective to hear from somebody who normally hosts a show. It's kind of interesting hearing, what you're doing from that perspective. I know there's some hosts out there that I think they just want to hear themselves talk, but if they've got a room full of people, especially yes men, it seems to go over well. Like, I got to have somebody to reassure everybody that what I'm saying is right. And I don't necessarily care for that. I'm not saying, once again, to create artificial drama. If you want that, there are plenty of YouTube channels for that. But I think you can have differences and talk them out, and nobody has to change their mind at the end. I mean, if they do, fine. If they don't, fine. But when it's like everybody's just nodding in agreement, I don't know. For me, it just doesn't make a good show.
I agree with that. When it's always the same thing, it does get old. It's nice to have a different opinion or
Rob,
hear
don't
a
always
different
be
side.
a yes man.
I'm just saying, it does, it gets old, and a lot of the topics are the same topics. You got the same 12 people on the same 10 shows, so it's, it kind of gets to be a broken record at times.
Well, I don't ever mean to hurt anybody's feelings. The way you tell, if I'm not foaming at the mouth and cussing you out, then I'm probably not mad at you.
What I found interesting a lot of times, like I threw a topic out there at the beginning of the show after we got done goofing off while I was eating dinner, and it was about masks and a study that was done 15 years ago saying how they can be detrimental to people with breathing and heart issues, right? Look at where we went from there, how the chat just progressed. From that one topic, we ended up, what was the final serious topic we had?
Our education system.
Yeah. It was a seamless progression from each point to the, That's what I find interesting about doing a show like the way I do it. I mean, it's just, you never know where we're going to end up.
I'd like to steer this conversation back to what Squibby was talking about being shadow banned. Did any of you guys get the notification for his last video? The genders video?
Don't know.
I don't think I did.
No, when I finally saw it, he had sent me a text. It was posted for 6 hours and no views. And it wasn't in my recommendation. It wasn't in my notifications. And I watch Squibby's videos and his Squibla videos all the time. So YouTube sucks. The tool is fantastic. It's amazing how great the tool of YouTube is. But the tools at YouTube suck.
Yeah, I don't have it at all. Not a mention. And I'm scrolling back. I'm already a couple days behind now.
It posted today, speaking Squibbish, 57 genders, and the thumbnail is Heinz 57 logo in a kind of a mustard color, because, mustard. But yeah, it was kind of weird. I normally will get 1 or 2 views within an hour, and I got nothing. And by the time I got to work, I still had nothing. And I went onto my Squiblift channel to look at my Squiblo channel. Now, I'm not subscribed to my A channel from my B channels. I don't do that bullshit. So I couldn't check to see if I had notifications, and I'm not about to subscribe, to one channel from another. So I was like, all right, I'll just ask somebody that I know sees my videos. What usually, Kingpin will comment on them the day they're put out. And it was later in the day, so I was kind of hoping he was already off work. And I said, hey, man, can you check to just see if your notification bell got turned off? Because that's what I figured they did. Was they just turned off. I'm like, damn, they turned off 313 notification bells? I'm like, well, yeah, but I only had like 30 people watch my videos. So, yeah, okay, that's plausible. And nope, notification bell wasn't turned off. And it's like, well, if this is, the next thing that happens to me, so be it. Whatever. I've never had it happen, so I didn't know how that works. I don't even understand shadow banning, really.
Yeah, I never got a notification. I just went back and checked.
It's time to donate to YouTube. You make a donation and it goes away.
Well, that's just it. If this wasn't free, then I could see me having a recourse. Be like, hey, man, I'm paying to post my videos on this platform. What are you doing, not having them out there where people can see them, especially if they're subs, right? But because it's free, I really don't have a leg to stand on. Unlike public school, which I pay for with my taxes. But, it's if there was a paid service that was as big as YouTube, and the fee was reasonable, and I could pay for it with a credit card online, I would probably go with it. But right now, nobody out there's got that reach. So not that I'm monetized or, I'm not going to be one of these, I didn't get any views, I'm not going to make any money off this video. I don't care. It's just a whole, it's like, wow, I've just never had this happen. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do. I guess they didn't like the fact that I said that there's only 2 genders.
Yeah, I had to go to your webpage or your channel, and then it wasn't even under home. I had to go to the videos to see it here.
Yeah.
I still have the subscribed in gray, and I still have the bell icon with the marks on the sides of it. And I've flipped through my thing here a couple times, and I go back to a couple days. It's still not there. It says 10 hours ago.
So I had a troll on my transgender bathroom video where I was, making fun of the fact of just a year ago, the big issue was what bathroom do you use? And now the big issue is COVID. And I was making fun of both things. And I had a guy I ain't never seen before come in there and start trolling Mad Sexy, who had made a comment. And I'm like, dude, I don't know you, but Mad Sexy, I know. So you don't come into my house and do this shit. And we went round and round and round and round. And finally I blocked him. And I said, I wonder if something's going to happen because I blocked him. And I decided to go ahead and make a video about, because his big issue was, that there are 57 genders. No, there aren't. So I made that one, and then I made a Speaking Squibbish about, do you block trolls or not? And that's the one I'm going to publish tomorrow. And for all I know, that one won't show up.
That's a problem in itself. It goes to state back to the whole society thing. When you're born, you either have A, B, or a combination of A and B.
what it is. So anything else is just a mental thing. You know, whether you want to call it an illness or whatever, a personal choice, or that's you feel is, you know, the way you should be, whatever, that's fine, but it's not the way you came in. So
Do you think people misinterpret? Do you think they misinterpret gender for sexuality? You know what I mean? They can't tell.
I agree with that. Yeah, you can act like whatever you want, but you came in the package you came in. That's just what it is. You can slice and dice it later, do what you want to do, but you can't. You checked in as a B, or combination.
Yeah, it's just more of the hypocrisy. I mean, they point fingers at people who don't necessarily believe like they do when it comes to the climate and everything. Oh, you're a science denier. Yeah, then how come you deny biology every time you open your mouth and say there's 57 genders?
Well, you see, the whole point behind this one and tomorrow's video about do you block trolls is that this troll has no videos on their channel. And like I
what's
said,
a troll?
Troll. Well,
is a troll just a one comment they disagree with something or try to give you advice or point out something a little different? Does that make a troll?
Sometimes yes, and then that's in Speaking Squibbish YouTube stuff number 8, where I define trolls, and I link that at the end of my "Do You Block Trolls" video.
So if it's not a positive comment, it's automatically a troll?
No, not necessarily. It depends on what they're trying to do, and I explain that in the other video, but I'm not trying to get people to go watch the video. I don't want to talk for 10 minutes on it. But the whole point is that in tomorrow's video, it's about you've got your own channel, but when you go to that channel, it says this channel has no videos. So what you're going to do is you're going to make all these comments on my channel and fight with me on but you're not going to make videos of your own. And that's part of what it is about being a troll. You've got the same opportunity I do to put videos on YouTube stating why you think there are 57 genders as much as I have the right to put a video making fun of the fact that people think there's 57 genders. But instead of doing that, you're going to come onto my channel and attack somebody I know. And you don't do that. You don't come in there to the comment section and attack somebody I know. That's just not happening. So that's why I blocked them. So, and I practiced what I preach. If he's so inspired, or she, I don't know what it is, but if they're so inspired that they can write all of those comments and go back and forth with both of us in the comment section, they should have taken that time and that energy to make their own video. What did I do? This inspired me to make 2 videos, not 1, 2 videos. So I practice what I preach. People can say a lot of things about me, but one thing I try not to be is a hypocrite. When I get caught being one, I try to correct it. When I catch myself being one, I try to correct it.
Yeah. And Philo says he's comments or shadow something on political channels. He's experimented, thrown some real bombs out there and see what would happen. And nothing. He says he should have been drowning in hate. I got a problem where I'll post on certain channels and the comment will just disappear. Like what happened with one of Kingpin's videos, was it this weekend? Where I don't remember what the original comment I posted was, but it was something that must have been on one of their protected classes or something. And he said he went to comment on it. I refreshed the page and the comment was gone. So it was
the whole the gender and sex thing goes back to my point about assault weapon. And even though it's kind of a joke, but I'm actually serious about it, selfie. You know, we allow them to change the language. We allow them to change the meaning of words. And that's going to change society. Because now you hear the whole argument from these liberals and libertarians that, well, sex and gender are different. The sex is the organs that you're born with, and the gender is how you feel. Stop playing their game. You've just allowed them to win the game of conversation. You allow them to change our language, and assault weapon right back there for the people who have their heads jammed so far in their ammo can that the only thing they can think about is guns. Bring it right back to assault weapon. If people would have put a stop to assault weapon decades ago, everything wouldn't be an assault weapon now. You know, and if we don't put a stop to this sex and gender, and that's why there's only 2 sexes, but there's 85 genders, then we're going to lose. And we're losing the language day by day.
I don't care what, in general, what somebody thinks. I mean, in a sense, if they think they're a monkey, that's on them. I don't care, as long as I'm not going to catch a charge for referring to you as an individual versus a monkey. You can believe whatever you want. I just don't force me to act a certain way or whatever.
And I talked about that in the video today. Don't burden society with your problems.
Yeah, when did it become?
I mean, some people think a rock's their almighty, but by all means, go for it. But don't beat on my door and try to convince me to donate to your rock. That's your business.
And quit demanding special treatment.
Yeah, I just want to know when it became normal to treat the mentally ill as though they're normal.
Yeah, exactly. Look, Rob mentioned it earlier. You're A, B, or a combination of both. And hermaphrodites are a thing. People are born with both sexual organs. The problem is those are called birth defects, and those people cannot reproduce. In most cases, those people can't even have sex because their organs don't work properly. Then those are the people that you need to have compassion on. Those are the people that, when they're 15, they're a boy, and then when they're 30, they're a girl. You have to be compassionate and understand that, because they have a birth defect and they're trying their best to try to deal with the bad cards they were dealt throughout the randomness of DNA and all that kind of stuff. Then you've got the Kool-Aid flavored hair people that when they're 15, they're boys, and when they're 30, they're girls, because they feel that way and they think that way, and those are mentally and emotionally crippled people. Those are the people that you have respect for because they're humans, but you don't play their game. Because when a guy puts on a dress and says he's a woman, if you feed into that, you're hurting that person. And then you're ultimately hurting society, because then 15 more of them will pop up and think the same thing. And then you got to look at the damage that causes. The most suicides in America are people who think that they're transgender. Transgender people commit suicide at an extremely high rate because people have fed into that instead of sitting them down and saying, we need to help you. We need you to figure out what you're going to do and where we're going to go from here. Being a girl today and a boy tomorrow, and a girl today and a boy tomorrow, and a helicopter the next day and a racetrack the next day is going to get those people to kill themselves.
Yeah, and
But you see, you're talking about people more or less. It's almost like the entitlement thing, right? Where you're encouraging this, and you're saying, people say, "Well, I'm accepting." There's a difference between accepting and encouraging.
A reality check.
It's the same thing with the criminals. When mom says, "My boy's a good boy," he stole from those people because he needed money. No, the mom should be going, "I didn't raise my son like this. I'm ashamed of him, and I am sorry for those people that had to, deal with him robbing it." No, she doesn't do that. Well, the same thing. You got the parent going, "Look, I think you need to get some help." No, they're not going to do it. No, all of you are bad people because you say that there's something wrong with my kid. Yeah, there's something wrong with your kid, okay?
Yeah, right now the suicide rate for transsexuals is roughly 40%, and it's expected to climb even higher than that in the next 4 or 5 years.
Same thing happens with obesity, sad to say, but unfortunately, a lot of parents just can't tell their kid no. And I was quite a heavy kid for a while, and I can tell you life's a bit more difficult, embarrassing, and not fun. So it's not really a blessing. And then when you consider, stress on your organs, wearing your knees out, your ankles, your back, all the things that come from just being able to eat that extra ice cream or sit on your butt and play video games all day, you're not doing any favors to your child. And in a lot of cases, I feel it should be considered abuse. that's to me a sign of bad parenting.
Well, now they got the whole body positivity movement, where fat is beautiful. No, now look, I've met some girls that are big, that have some beautiful faces. I mean, really beautiful girls, nice as can be. They deserve all the respect and all the honor in the world. But they're obese. They have a weight problem. And if you go, Rob knows what he's talking about. For those of you who haven't met Rob in person, Rob was a very fit guy. So he's not just, blowing smoke. Like me, I've been skinny my whole life. It's easy for me to point at heavy people and start, picking apart things that I don't like about it. Rob experienced it. And when you meet Rob now, he's a very fit guy right now. He's healthy. So when he's talking about put down the ice cream, he's not just being a jerk. He did that.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever meet Kingpin, if he turns sideways, you can't see him. To him, everybody's heavy.
I'm the one, the midnight zero. We make a great 10.
Yeah, you would you could turn sideways and hide behind a stop sign.
Yeah, my stepdaughter got heavy, and her sisters and her mom were very petite. She lost 90 pounds and got down to a small, skinny person again, all by watching what she ate. She didn't do crazy diets. She just didn't eat as much. And she got on a treadmill and walked a few hours a day. She lifted a little bit of weights. She did work, physical work, and she lost 90 pounds. And you could never tell that she was a lot bigger. I mean, all of her like her legs, her arms, her face, her shoulders, her bones, her skin, everything just put her right back to, I don't know, hate to say it, but normal, but took her right back to being where she wanted to be. She worked her ass off to do it, and she did it in about a little over a year. Every day, never fell behind, never relapsed, never gained weight again. She turned her life and her health around, and just she was always a good, beautiful girl. She just turned out beautiful. I mean, it's just like a rebirth of a new person, and it was the greatest thing for her life. She was so excited, and she loved the new her so much that the results were coming, and she stayed with it, and it was all from hard work.
I'm a little bit more interested in confrontation than most people are. A lot of people like to avoid confrontation, but when you talk about stuff like, since we're on the topic of obesity, don't listen or accept the whole, well, what about the one kid on the planet out of the 7 billion that has a gland disease? Or what about the one kid who has some type of, chemical imbalance in their bodies?
Everybody's big bone.
Yeah, those are trap conversations. Those are the same people that have the one experience in their exact life. Racism. One guy experienced racism, so now the entire world and everything is racist because of his one experience that one time. So I get it. I like, it's the whole hashtag not all. If you've got to say not all, then you're having a conversation with the wrong people. And when I say something like, blah 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 is bad, if I've got to correct that by saying, well, not all of blah 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 is bad, then I'm talking to the wrong people.
Yeah, and I just like to state there is a difference too. Growing kids, playing football, sometimes, kids put on a little weight. A little weight's not a bad thing, you know what I mean? But there's a big difference when it's, your kid can't enjoy the rides at the fair because the arms won't close over, and when you have to pay extra for a wider seat on a plane, there's a difference. So please, don't let it seem like I'm being insensitive as well. Yeah. Barbie and Ken are a fairy tale. Everybody's body's different. Everybody's BMI is different. Everybody works different. But, you should at least be healthy enough to run around the block if you had to save your life.
Yeah, you talking about somebody getting stuck on a roller coaster. The last time I went to Six Flags down near Baltimore, Kingpin probably knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There was,
I've seen it a lot, even at my local fairs, and you
Yeah,
know it's
well,
kind
I'm
of
talking about where
sad
the
because you
amusement
got
park.
half
Yeah.
the people making jokes, and the other half are kind of like me, where maybe we've been there, and it's kind of it's a shitty deal.
Yeah,
It's
there's this guy.
that that hits that hurts.
He had to weigh like 450 pounds at the least, right? Got stuck in the wooden roller coaster at Six Flags. We were standing in line for a half hour for a ride.
They call the Predator.
He was stuck. They couldn't get him out of the damn car. We're trying to
I
figure
think
out
I've been
why
on
they
that
let him get
coaster.
on in the first place. He didn't fit. I don't know if Kingpin knows which roller coaster I'm talking about, but
I think Rob just said it was the Predator.
okay.
I think.
I haven't been
Maybe I'm
to
wrong.
Six Flags in so long.
It's the one that's right next to the plunge ride where you get soaking wet on it.
Yeah, I haven't been down there for so long. I wouldn't be able to tell.
It's been years for me too. One weekend took the kids to one, and then the next weekend we said the hell with that, got a babysitter, and went down to the other one ourselves.
Well, it's like, yeah, I think Rob mentioned the Barbie doll. We got through that because we all remember, we're all old enough to remember all these women that starved themselves to death and had that pursed face look because the cover girl looked like that. And then Sir Mix-a-Lot came out and said, "Nah, we like a girl with curves." And everybody's like, "Yeah, you know what? A girl with some meat on her bones is pretty nice." So now you can
Variety is nice.
But right. So if we push, we just can't let this what's her name, Lizzo, become the next role model for our young daughters and our young girls out there, because you don't want your young girl being 500 pounds and twerking.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Barbie was always a bad example anyway, because if you listen to doctors and stuff when they look at the Barbie doll, the original Barbie doll, because they changed the figure on the Barbie doll because it was impossible. Nobody could have that body shape with that extensive plastic surgery and harm to your body. It was a physiological impossibility for somebody to
I
be shaped like
think
that.
it's crazy how they pump all that crap in their lips now. Like, I don't. Maybe it's pictures. I don't know, but it looks like their lips are like 2 inches wide sometimes. I mean,
No, they inject their lips to puff them up.
what's going on with that?
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
They look like a damn fish.
Some people, though, they claim, they have some kind of quirk, some kind of problem with them, where no matter how much plastic surgery they have, they just don't see themselves as beautiful, and they keep going.
Yeah.
They puff
All
their
that
lips
stuff
out like
requires
that.
tune-ups. It's like the boob jobs. If you don't take them in for a tune-up, they get lopsided. Things go flat. It's just a constant maintenance thing. I mean, are you really happy? I don't know. I understand really you get burnt in a fire or something like that, but a lot of this stuff just it blows my mind. It shocks me.
Well, you have insecurities if you have plastic surgery that's
I
elective.
don't trust the surgeons. I'm more worried about surgery than my insecurities.
Anybody see Kamala Harris's makeover?
No.
Oh gosh, please. If you got a chance, sit at your computer now or do it later, type in Kamala Harris and see if you can find the side-by-side picture of her from like a month or two ago to when she had plastic surgery. It's like a different person. She looks terrible.
Okay, I'm looking on my phone here.
I'll see if I can find the image if it's still up, and I'll screen share.
Oh, I'm just getting info about. She said something about Biden.
The ones that get me are the professional wrestlers, the female professional wrestlers who get breast implants, and then every time you turn around, they're going out for injuries because they popped one of them. doing something where you're going to be taking bumps and getting hit and stuff, and those things aren't the most sturdy things in the world because of the women before you who are in that profession that had the breast implants. Why are you going to take the chance on getting sick from having one of those pop? It makes no sense.
Yeah, this one's kind of a crappy picture, but it was quick for me to find, so let me go ahead and crap it. Hold up, almost there.
I see Mystic's gone, but yeah, I'm curious. Is it okay? Would women find it okay if men just artificially pumped up their muscles and filled their shorts with I don't know, $5,000? I don't know what it costs for these things, but would that be cool? Like,
I don't know, but is she trying to be the Green Goblin?
I mean, look, that's two different people, and that's, according to this picture, that's 8 days apart. Now, she had Botox, and she didn't actually have a surgical facelift, because I've met women that have had surgical facelifts, and 8 days later, you still got gauze wrapped all over your face. Like, that's two different people right there.
Man, I'm going to get technical, and I'm going to say those images should be banned because you're not allowed to advertise Joe Camel anymore.
I'm telling you, man. She took the Green Goblin drug.
Yeah, that's the only ones that are there. This one.
That's not Botox.
That's what her face looks like, not looking like the Green Goblin. Like when she's just looking normally stupid. That's her stupid like a month ago. That's her Green Goblin face, and that's her stupid today.
Where's her mask at?
Yeah, she's wearing it right there. Look. This is what she used to look like.
Just imagine all the money they paid for that. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh. My friend's mom had a facelift, and she had that gauze on her face for about a month, and it was absolutely brutal. She hated it, and she talked about it all the time, how it was. I don't know if you've ever been in an operating room and seen them do a facelift and stuff like that. I don't know why I can't get back to this. There we go.
Hit the stop sharing button.
All these plastic surgeries, they basically take carpenter tools. And I was watching this one lady get her face lifted on, and they had a chisel and a hammer, and he was hammering a chisel into her face. I'm not even joking.
Dumbass.
That's the kind of stuff, like, this plastic surgery is brutal stuff. Even breast implants, when they give a girl breast implants, that is a brutal surgery.
Oh yeah,
it's like paying for torture. It's hilarious.
If you remember back when we were talking about that one porn documentary they had on HBO, that was one of the things they showed was how they get the breast implants. They literally cut the nipple off around the circle and put the implant in and then sew it back on. And it takes weeks for it to heal properly, if not longer.
Sometimes it doesn't always heal properly.
Yeah.
I know a guy whose wife lost her nipples.
Yeah.
I can't really say anymore, obviously. Yeah. But apparently it was a very bad deal, and it's affected her severely, which has affected their relationship, which has affected the kids, which has affected the family, and the whole damn world changed because of some nipples.
And if they
it's a big deal.
If they don't do it that way, they put a big cut underneath and then put it up in, but then that leaves a really nasty scar. So, it's interesting what you will find watching HBO sometimes. Usually it's like disturbing what these women put themselves through in that industry. Just surgical stuff that they put themselves through.
Again, with certain things I can understand, car crashes, this and that, born with some, I don't know what the cleft palate or whatever you want to call it. Things like that I get, but just not happy with a couple wrinkles. It's just pros versus cons. I don't really think it weighs out. You're taking a chance, and something that's going to require maintenance as well. And looking at half these magazines of these people, it doesn't look like you're getting good results for your money, in my opinion.
Maybe Rich can clarify, but what didn't Botox injections, weren't they originally migraine treatments?
Yeah, and the toxin, it's Botox because it's a toxin. It's you're literally injecting yourself with poison. That's why it swells up and takes the wrinkles out. You're poisoning yourself by taking that shit.
Well, my ex-wife got those shots because she would have migraine headaches 3 whole weeks out of a month. And they would be very bad. I mean, she almost sometimes bedridden and can't sit still for the headaches. She'd get those shots in her legs, and it worked. It took away her migraines.
That sounds like she was having cluster headaches, which are actually worse than migraine.
She'd had these problems for like her whole life, most of her life, and the Botox shots helped. She was taking some where she wanted to get like 1 shot a year, but she was also taking some that she'd have to get a shot every month or 2.
Yeah, my son, he was getting the headaches when he was younger. Thankfully, he grew out of it, but he would get them. He would have a headache for 4 or 5 days straight, and it was just crippling headache.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, almost make you bedridden from headaches. Yeah.
He wouldn't want to get out of bed.
Yeah, of course, that meant she was a headache to me 365 days, but I didn't get no shots.
Yeah, he would get to where if he had one of those headaches and you turned his light on, he would have tears coming out of his eyes because it hurt so bad, and there wasn't much you could do for it.
Yeah, she'd tear up all the time, lay there, get wet washcloths, anything she could do. She's also a person that couldn't sit still. She cleaned the house top to bottom every day, rearranged the living room at least twice a week, redecorated everything. She's one of those compulsive things. She could not sit still. Doing yard work. Hell, we dig ponds for koi. She'd have it there a week or 2 and go dig another hole and fill that one up and move the whole damn pond and shit. She never sat still. So when she started getting the migraines each time, it like wiped her out. I mean, wiped her completely out.
So I didn't know you were married to Obnoxious with having all the private water features.
Oh, geez. If she was around now and seen that, she'd be like texting him and sending photos. I mean, we had draw covered little bridges and lights around everything. And as soon as it was all nice or whatever, she'd tear it up and move it, rechange it. She killed all the fish years ago. We just had water and sprinkle fountains.
Yeah, real quick, A&A's got a question. He wants to know if you can still buy reloading supplies in West Virginia at Walmart. The Walmart here never sold reloading supplies, so I don't know if they do in any other ones. But okay, back to topic.
Hey, real quick, like my construction, I don't live in a desert, but it looks like I work in a desert. We don't just build a house here or there; we build whole neighborhoods. So there's a lot of digging, churning of the earth, basements and everything. But anyways, the ground ends up, you can find literally an endless supply of rocks, the size of a brick, biggest couple of your hands. I brought home bricks or rocks for years. She lined our entire yard privacy fence with bricks. So she'd build all these ponds with bricks. And she's moving stuff around one day. Like I said, she redid the pond. She took off to go to the store to get something. Well, she tore the liner of the pond with a damn shovel blade. poked it down into the thing and put a rip in it. So she was on her way to the store real fast to get one. She got a speeding ticket, and the cop looked at her, and her arms were all beat up and her hands and everything, you know, from all this work she's done. And the cops kept asking her like if I was an abusive husband and stuff, and it was okay to tell him the truth, and gave her like a turning point card and stuff. She was like, no, my old man would never hit me. She goes, I'm working building a pond, moving rocks and stuff. But she was so tore up from doing that work, they thought that she was being abused.
Yeah, they hear that one every day. Working on the pond. Sure.
Well, you see, there's two sides to that as well. You got the people butting into somebody else's business, trying to assume that's what it must be. It's got to be that. And they're going to try to get somebody innocent in trouble. But then you got the people who are abused that keep inviting the abuser back into their life. Once again, both sides are wrong. You know, if you don't, and I get so say, oh, you can't leave. Bullshit, you can leave. That's an excuse. But also, I understand the cops have a duty to do, or the teachers have a duty to do. But how many times do they try to get somebody in trouble who literally did nothing? So, I mean, how is that right? It isn't. All because somebody won't do the right thing for themselves, or maybe for themselves and their children. Once again, not society's problem, but social justice warriors try to make it everybody's fucking problem.
Well, guys, I hate to do this, but we're going to have to start wrapping this up. We've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes now. It's been a long show tonight. So I guess we'll start with giving our goodbyes. I mean, we've had some good discussions, and Squib gets the last word on that. So, but Rob, anything you want to leave us with? Any plugs, words of wisdom, anything?
No, just thanks for having me. Everybody out there, you stuck around for this. And God help you. And everybody have a good night.
All right. Kingpin, anything you want to add?
Yeah, Pickle just joined us, so everybody could check out his channel. He does some pretty cool stuff over there, and always a good conversation. Glad to be a part of it.
Yep, glad to have you. Jason?
Yeah, thanks for the invite to the show, Rich. Everybody, check out Calaveras 32 Specials channel. Go check out Squib's latest video. Since none of us got notices for it, you'll have to go search for his channel and get the video and check it out. But I wanted to ask you before I go, Squib, does your license plate really say bye, Felicia?
No, I actually took that at a Speedway gas station. I was pumping gas, and I seen it on somebody's truck. And
Uh-oh, I think we lost Squib again.
Well,
Yeah, he'd catch a beat down for that in Detroit.
That's classic. Well, thanks for the invite, Rich. Good to see y'all.
Yeah. He's back.
fucking StreamYard sucks, dude. It kicked me out like 10 times tonight. What I was saying was I was at a Speedway gas station pumping gas, and I seen that on somebody's truck. And when they went inside to pay, because they didn't want to use a credit card at the pump, I probably only had cash. I walked up to the truck and took a picture of it. I walked up to the truck and took a picture of it, and I said, I'll save this for something. I've taken random pictures of different things and just used them as a thumbnail. Like I've got some pictures of the sky, you know, how it kind of changes color at sunset that I plan to use in some future videos where I don't really have a thumbnail. And I don't let YouTube Studio just grab a screenshot during the video. So that's why it's just a random thing. Sometimes I just do that.
All right, now it's your plug. So, got anything you want to leave us with?
Well, I mean, other than StreamYard sucks, thanks for the invite. You helped get me through the night. I've got 6 more minutes until I can clock out. So I appreciate talking to all you guys. I appreciate the fact that it's not an echo chamber. And I kind of like the the fact that we've got some differences and we can all stand behind what we say with more than just emotion. Even though Kingpin is right, we do use some emotion too.
Before we go, I just want to say rest in peace to Regis Philbin. He died this past week. He was a conservative guy, TV legend, and a Navy vet. So rest in peace to Regis Philbin. He will be missed. And with that, we will bid you folks good night, and we'll catch you on the next one.
StreamYard is just not mobile friendly.
Yeah, I hopped in first time tonight.
I had to keep stepping away to recharge the phone because it'll drain my phone battery. It'll overheat the phone. The first thing it'll do is send up a message saying your camera won't work because the phone's too hot. But then it'll kick me out at random.
I done just got kicked out of my own goddamn StreamYard before I could hit the end broadcast button.
StreamYard sucks, Rich.
Man, we're talking all that crap about you.
That's fucking beautiful. Anyway, good night, folks.
All right, see you later, Rich.
See you guys.
Yeah.